Hey yo, welcome back to the Random Show with your host, Agostino Zinga. Apologies for the raspy voice. Agostino Zing. God damn, my voice is raspy. What's going on, people? Welcome back to the Random Show. Welcome back to the Random Show. Welcome back to the Random Show. Welcome back. Day number 15. No, 14. Whatever day it is. A bit late, but we're here. A bit late, but we're here. Day number 14. A bit late, but we're here. A bit late, but we're here. I got in just in time. Just before the cutoff at 6 a.m. Just before. I'm really fucking tight. I'm really tight. But I got in there. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. What's going on, Josie? What's going on, Boba Fett? What's going on, Super Easy? What's going on, Big Booth? What's going on? Grooming session. Right, I'd like to hear it. Big up Boba Fett. Big up Super Easy Films. Josie, on 10 toes. Wagwan, my GG. Wagwan. Nice to hear. Keep beating that meat. Wagwan, Big Booth, Bing Bong. What's going on? Let's do this. We're back. Random show settings. Thank you for tuning in. Day number 14 of 31. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. As you can tell, I've had a very, very busy weekend. Very, very busy start of the week. But we're still going on strong. You get me? Here we are. Random show settings. Yeah, very, very random time. I know. Apologies. All over the place. I was doing some things beforehand. But we're here. We're queer. And we're ready to rock. Thank you for tuning in. So, first things first. Let's check out what's going on at the moment with my guy Top 5. So as some of you guys may have known or don't know, this guy called Top 5, who is one of Drake's shooters, was in London this past weekend for Wireless Festival. Drake was here for a 3-day festival, headlining festival at Wireless, and I guess a bunch of people also came down to kind of support him. One being Top 5. He's aka unofficial shooter. As Top 5 was here in the streets, parading around, hanging out with the Nelk Boys, he said on camera with the Nelk Boys and by himself various times that he did not think London was dangerous. He didn't think London had shooters per se because we're not allowed guns here in the UK. He didn't think anybody would rob him. Just talking that real gangster bad boy talk. And I didn't really think much of it. I'm not going to lie, because Top 5 is a bit of a troll. I didn't really think much of it. And obviously, because I'm not in the streets and I'm not a gangster or anything, I'm assuming it didn't really resonate with me. But I guess the kids here in London, or the guys here in London who are about that life, because I'm sure some of you mature, reasonable, rational adults out there know that everywhere around the world there's gangsters, right? It's not just in America. Everywhere there's dangerous people. There's people that are up to kind of no good. So you kind of have to watch your P's and Q's. Top 5, for whatever reason, thought because we drink tea here, the whole crumpets jokes, the royal family, our accents, I don't know why, but Top 5 just assumed that people here are soft. I don't know why. And he, in my opinion, antagonized people. He kind of dared them. And one thing you don't do, I feel like these days, is that you don't dare in the internet. Never dare the internet. And I don't think you should dare gangsters. Never dare the internet and don't dare gangsters. That's what I would say. If you try and dare the internet, someone's going to call your bluff. If you try and dare gangsters, no matter where they're from, Timbuktu, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Korea, you're going to get your ass kicked. And it looked like that happened to him. Now, unfortunately for Top 5, he got stabbed in the neck. He didn't just get his ass kicked. If he would have got his ass kicked, that would have been much better. But unfortunately, the suggestion is that he got stabbed in the neck and he's now in critical condition in the UK hospital somewhere. Pretty crazy story. I covered some of it the other day, but there's an update here courtesy of Festify, which is a good channel that kind of keeps up to date with the news. So I'm curious to know what the update is now with Top 5, because getting stabbed in the neck is no joke. I'm assuming there's a lot of arteries there. The likelihood of you staying alive is not high. We all know R.I.P. Draco. That's how he ended up dying. We all watched enough prison documentaries to know people in prisons usually aim for that area because you can usually lose quite a lot of blood and there's a lot of arteries there, so the person can pass away quicker, no matter how blunt or, you know, not sharp the flipping object is. So, you know, praying for the best for top 5, but it's not looking good. So let's see, courtesy of Festify, what the update is regarding top 5 situation. Big up everybody in the stream chat, big up everybody tuning in.
So I said I'll keep you guys updated on the top 5 situation, and we have some updates. Firstly, it shows how crazy London actually is that there was a situation in Manor House that we had posted, but that car was mobbed by numerous people. But apparently this was not the top 5 incident. Him said there's not killers here, there is crazy situations going on when someone gets stabbed in the city and it's not even linked to the situation we thought it was. It turns out it was a separate situation where top 5 was attending an after party after Wireless, and that's where he was stabbed while he was outside of a car talking to some fans. Numerous people on X, even the Sun newspaper in the UK, London's Crime News, one of the best sources also in the UK, thought it might be linked to that initial car situation. Like I said, where he was passing through Manor House, people put 2 and 2 together and you couldn't see who was being attacked in that car. And this comes from a good source saying it weren't that situation. But anyway, a UK rapper called Ratlin actually responded to the situation, commenting under a post saying, "Police boy about to call 911. And a rapper from Canada, YG35, said, "Informer that." Ratlin also said on his Instagram story, people need to do some research before you troll the wrong rapper and end up being famous for the wrong reason. The guy YG that called top 5 an informer not too long ago on Instagram Live was actually dissing top 5 a little bit, saying he come up through him on Insta Live, and he was in the UK as well at Wireless. And it could possibly be an indirect, but he posted up a picture of Frank Ribery, who's got a scar on his face, and was playing a Vibes Cartel song where basically said a wounded dog.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. If you know about Frank Ribery, we got Frank Ribery, French football legend. He's got various scars over his face. I'm not really too sure why that is actually. I'm assuming he came up from a rough upbringing, but that's a fucking crazy meme to use. Jesus Christ.
You thought this guy right here? I made even top 5 a guy. 2019. Go back to those 2019 lives. Who glowed him up? Who made him feel like he was a guy? Who fucking made him feel like he was a guy when he was getting run out of subway, calling for the burns and cold blue button? Need that thing.
Earlier in the day at 2 PM when the situation was first surfacing, someone with a decent amount of followers and verified but top 5 was running down the road yelling 911. That Manor House incident is separate, by the way. It seems top 5 was enjoying himself before the situation, as he actually called into a stream and said that he's turning London upside down.
I'm turning the city upside down, bro. I tell the stream W's in the chat. Tell the stream W's in the chat because I'm going crazy.
But I did notice, one thing I did notice, which I think was a very telling thing, because a lot of these people are, I won't say they're fake, but you can judge them by their actions, not by what they say. They kind of remind me a little bit of stand-up comedians, like with Rogan and those type of people, right? Like they say a lot of things, back this person, but their actions don't prove the opposite. So when I was watching some of these streams from Wireless this past weekend, I did notice a lot of these guys, like this Ben guy, DDG, they were keeping top 5 at arm's distance. No one was hanging out with him. I noticed that. Like, he spoke to the Note guys a bit, but no one was trying to stay around top 5 for too long. So it seemed like even the guys that he came over from America with, I know he's Canadian, but, you know, the guys that he kind of traveled from, you know, North America, Canada with, over here to the UK, even they were like, okay, we're going over to this country. We don't want to be around this guy because he attracts the wrong type of attention. He attracts the wrong type of energy. So they were kind of keeping him, you know, at arm's length. He wasn't really hanging in the Sprinter. He wasn't really with them after getting food. Like he popped in here and there, but they were really keeping him at arm's distance. They didn't want to get fucked up. I could definitely see why.
All right, bro. BK humble. BK humble.
Where you going though?
I don't know. I might fuck with the club. I'm gonna text you though. I don't want to say it on.
Big up Shades Cow. Wagwan Shades Cow. Big up Successful Egg. Big up Strong Cloud. Big up Meza Rod. LB Wagwan, my G. Big up Sean.
Stream.
Big up Apex Potter, I see you.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna text you one location if you can.
So yeah, as you can see there, the arrangements go, and there was an after party by a famous artist that loads of people was going to, and this is where that situation unfolded. It's always these little events. You remember back in the day, Drake actually had a shooting at one of these parties in London as well. But the main thing that rattled everyone was the comment about there being no killers in the UK.
I get back to the hood.
Right?
Listen,
What up, brother? You good?
right here. Where are we going tonight? Let them know.
That's a great question.
There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. We're not gonna come kill.
look at the note boy's face. Look at his face. Excuse me, what did you say? Look at his face. Even this guy, right? Even this guy that probably has no attachment to the streets, knows nothing about what's going on for. I don't think that's a smart thing to say. Even he knew. Uh-oh, this isn't the right thing to say. This is gonna end up fucking you over. This has got a rapping to do.
No.
They're not gonna come kill us for safe. You can even show your address here. In America?
Fuck.
Now listen, where are we going tonight?
I don't know. I'm gonna go shower.
You seen Sexy
I smell
Red
like
so far?
shit. Yeah. You like sexy red?
Yeah.
That's your type? Really? What's your type? For real? That?
Yeah.
Ugh, we got different types. We'll never compete over chicks because we.
Are you
That's
dumb?
why we'll always be friends
I'm a
because
Ruby Rose.
not my type.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Not my type. She's too Barbie. So like as a white girl,
Who the
she's.
fuck?
Yo, big up Git C, appreciate you. Big up Git C. Thank you for the membership. Thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you, BB.
Who do you like then?
Like my top 3?
Yes.
Powerful bunch.
Dua Lipa.
I think like the prettiest girl in the world is probably Madison Beer.
What the hell? Madison?
She's probably the
She's
prettiest girl in the
mid.
world. No, she's
Mid, listen.
If you followed Top 5 at all before this situation and you know his character, a lot of his stuff recently is trolling. He gets described as the first gangster streamer. He'd be doing wild things like taking off his ankle monitor for his chat.
Share it out.
Share it out.
He's done?
You think so?
Don't do it. No.
But that was fake, innit, allegedly, right? He wasn't meant to be a monitor anyway. I think that was fake. He did it for, you know, it worked, of course, but I think it was fake, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how to do this. You can't cut it with this.
Don't let her do it. Keep cutting it. Don't cut it. Cut it, bro. No, are you stupid? Fuck the cops, man. Cut it. Hey, almost there. You did half of it. You do all half of it, number what? You want to do it? They don't believe it. They think it's faking. Cut that shit.
How do you cut this?
Cut that shit.
Ooh, show this.
Cut it.
No more ankle, nigga.
Cut it. You're cut.
And in this situation, I don't know if again he was just trolling, because he is tapped in with a lot of the UK rappers, even the
Hey, yo, alrighty. Wagwan, alrighty. Are you alright? Alrighty, the stream chat. Are you alright? What is this flagrant news, man? What's your feed saying? What's your fucking feed saying? Where'd you get that from, eh? Alrighty. Come on, man. God damn, guy. Man, just dropping in like condolences, not double check. God damn.
viewers as well, many people he knows. I think he was doing this to garner some sort of attention, and I don't even know if him being targeted was directly linked to this interview like people assuming it was. He could just have problems with people like he does back home. Regardless, it was a wild thing to say slash assume. There's good and bad people in every area. You cannot underestimate London at all, and you can tell by the night's events how sticky things can get. It said online that the Metropolitan Police officers were called around 12:15 AM to reports of a stabbing near Finsbury Park. The spokesperson added the victim, a man in his 20s, was approached by a group who damaged his car before stabbing him in the leg. He was taken to hospital and his injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. But many of the outlets are running with the story of the car being attacked. Like I said earlier in the video, apparently this is not linked to the top 5 incident. It said a guy managed to get an ambulance and people say that they stole his LV bag and money. We see a brutal situation unfold on that Mercedes.
Wow, someone got his money in his LV bag. Madness. But
again, many people on platforms, as I zoom into this picture, have taken it up close and said that this is top 5 who was stabbed. The Toronto-based platforms and Canada are saying it's not, and some people now are saying that they're trying to cover up the situation. There were so many different people involved. That car attack, it just seemed like it got out of control.
Yeah, so this is the video I played the other day. So I don't know what could have happened then. It seems like an odd situation. So the video that we saw prior, did, or the picture did look like the same car. And I was thinking at first that this could be like, who's that guy? Was it fucking, what's the fuck was his name? What the fuck was that guy's name? Oh, that's it, Franz Ferdinand. Remember that whole Franz Ferdinand thing, right? That led to the World War I, World War II situation, right? When, you know, like his would-be assassin happened to walk by him as he was like, I think the assassination happened of Archduke Ferdinand. It was failed assassination. It didn't, you know, it didn't happen. It didn't work. Then the driver ended up taking a detour to go to where they were meant to go, the destination. They ended up getting stuck in traffic, and then the assassin happened to walk by that road where they were in traffic, and then shot the Archduke again and killed him. And then that's one of the dominoes falling for the start of, I think, World War I or World War II, one of them. So I was thinking when I saw this video, I was like, oh, imagine if this was the same thing. Imagine this was history repeating itself. And like randomly on the way home after Wireless, Top 5 got in his car, was driving back to the hotel, and then he happened to pass by a group of guys who are quote unquote serious. And they locked eyes, and then boom, it all kicked off, and they started fucking up his car. Now, some people are saying that that's not the case, and actually, Top 5 wasn't even here. He was at some nightclub somewhere, and that's where the fucking stabbing happened. Whatever happened, I want to know what happened to this guy, because this guy was getting it. Whoever was in this car, I don't know who was in this car, but we drive right hand, right? We got right hand drive cars. So whoever's sitting right here, they got fucked up. Whoever's sitting right here. So I want to know how that person's doing.
Chill.
Maybe the mainstream media will get updates from the police.
Oh, and by the way, just as a continuation and to kind of emphasize it, whatever this model of Mercedes is really good quality, because those are like, they're like easily more than 10 people on there, stomping on it, kicking it, jumping all over it, smashing the windshield, and you know, structurally the integrity is still somewhat solid. So that Mercedes is a pretty solid car, I'm not gonna lie.
Soon about how this situation unfolded and if it was Top 5 in that car initially. We cannot see throughout the video of them ambushing that car if he was in it at that time. But like I showed you at the beginning of this video, there were 2 separate crime scenes, which makes it likely that were separate events, and the private party was at a different location. Right now, we've not heard from Top 5 himself on his version of events, and the only source that I know close to him has said that they've heard he's in stable condition right now, but obviously it's a brutal situation and we don't know the recovery process or when he's going to speak out. This guy is tapping into more.
You have a gun?
Yo, big up Gitsy, appreciate you.
All kids who grew up playing football.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point, exactly. I kind of thought about it like Street Fighter. What Street Fighter was that where you had to kick the car? That's an old one, isn't it? You remember that one? Where you had to fuck up the car. I don't know what version of Street Fighter that was, but that kind of reminds me of that sort of shit. But yeah, man, crazy situation all around. I don't think this is gonna do anything, you know, to the guy. I think if you're one of those type of people like that likes to troll, this is just another chapter. This is gonna add more to your mythos, you know. I don't think it's gonna calm him down. I don't think he's gonna be calmed down anytime soon. I think it's just going to it's just going to embolden him even more. It's going to make him feel way more gangster or whatever it is. He's not gonna chill out, but he needs to. Especially if he's gonna be traveling the world. Like, if he's gonna be traveling the world, he probably needs to chill out, because I think in America he can afford to like do this sort of shit and be okay because, you know, you have guns and shit. But I think in Europe there's gonna be people who want to test him, who want to get his scalp. That's the thing I think a lot of people in America or maybe other parts of the world don't realize. Like, a lot of the gangster guys here, they get a lot of that culture from you guys, right? They get a lot of that hip hop, whatever, gangster stuff from you guys, but they also want to prove themselves. They also want to make it known that, no, we got our own thing. So they get it from America, but they want to know, they want to do their own thing. And then if you guys try and call them out for their thing, because they're already a little bit insecure, because a lot of their gang culture is based on what happened in the States, they're going to try to demonstrate why they are the toughest, why they are the baddest. So I think the people here, although we have knives and we don't have guns, we're the worst people to try and antagonize, because, you know, people are already quite insecure and they're going to want to prove to the world that, you know, people here aren't any chumps. They're gonna prove it hard. So I'm not surprised this happened. And obviously, you know, with the YNs, there's YNs globally. YNs exist all over the world. And one thing about YNs, when they get in groups, woo, when they get in groups and the adrenaline starts pumping, there's no stopping. There's no there's no stopping them. You have no idea what may happen. It may end up being a really, really close situation. So let's, I guess, somewhat hope and pray that he's okay. I'm assuming he is, though. I think if Top 5 wasn't okay, we would have known by now. So I'm assuming he probably is okay. That update that First If I said where he's in stable condition is probably true. I think if it was worse, we would have known by now. So let's see how it plays out. Let's see what he says when he eventually gets out of hospital, and then they can go from there. But what a mad situation. But if you're Drake, my guy Drake, my GOAT, if you're Drake, you have to watch your P's and Q's around this kid, man. He might be your shooter. He might be handy to have for street rep and shit, or just as a young crush out kid, be fun to hang out with. But you have to be a little bit careful if you're Drake, because this kid seems to attract the wrong type of energy, you know? And he has so much beef, so much, like, you know, tension out there with people. Just standing next to him might get you caught up. Like, those guys in the car could be not involved in anything. They could just be some random guys who are hanging out with Top 5, but because you're hanging out with Top 5, you get beat up like Top 5, you know? No one wants that. No one wants... It's bad enough catching a beating nowadays, right? As a grown adult, getting somebody punch you, kick, you know, knee you, elbow you, stab you and shit. That must hurt. It's bad enough getting that done to you. It's even worse it getting done to you because you stood next to somebody else and not due to your own actions. That's gonna fucking hurt. So let's see Wagwan. Let's see Wagwan. Let's see Wagwan. Talking about let's see Wagwan. Big up American Redact. Big up Blood Clot American Redact. A new video for American Redact. Well, not new. 2 days old though. Called The Political Grift. I'm curious to hear what American Redact's assumption or summary of the situation is. But essentially, a lot of these comedy podcasters have come out and have kind of done an about face, done a U-turn on Trump, mostly due to the refusal to release the Epstein files and the Epstein list and shit, and basically this notion that the Trump administration are trying to put out there that Jeffrey Epstein was like a lone creep, a lone abuser. No one else was involved. There was no, there was no big conspiracy. There's no list of powerful people that also used Jeffrey Epstein's services, where they would illegally and brutally smuggle over young girls under the age of 15, sometimes from the Balkans, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and bring them over to parts of America to get, taken advantage of and shit. Horrible, horrible, horrible shit that's being alleged. And the Trump administration are basically saying, nah, all that stuff is fake. It doesn't matter. They've allegedly have over 1,000 hours of content, of material, regarding kind of like child abuse and shit. And allegedly, after watching all of that content, they basically came to a conclusion that the only person involved was Jeffrey Epstein. Now, obviously, no one believes that. No one also believes that he didn't not kill himself. So the fact that this is happening is pretty fucking diabolical. So let's see what's going on. But obviously, no, the most diabolical part of it is a lot of these comedy podcasters who were initially very pro-Trump, initially very MAGA, who were really pushing his message and shit, and essentially encouraging their audience to kind of vote for him in light of the previous election, are now starting to change their mind. And a lot of people who are politically aware and involved, especially people who are Democrats, are basically saying that these guys are pieces of shit because Trump isn't doing anything that he didn't say he was gonna do. And they basically bought into the vibe, as Carl Kalinske would say, the vibe, man, the vibe, bro. They bought into all that sort of shit, and they basically sold their fellow citizens and their podcast, listening audience down the river, because now they're all of a sudden realizing that maybe Trump isn't the bestest guy in the world. So let's see Wagwan here. Political grift is over, courtesy of American Redact.
To that point, like, there'll be people that they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. Yeah. I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants, and we need our farmers. It's like everything that he said that he was going to do that he campaigned
he said to us, which was important.
the funny thing about it is that like they sound so naive, innit? My first like political awakening happened when was it the Lib Dems? Yeah, like that's also the time when I kind of gave up and stopped following politics. But here in the UK, the Lib Dems, well, I think Nick Clegg was running for election, and he essentially said that, oh, if you vote for the Liberal Democrats, we're gonna make sure that we stop the rise of tuition fees in universities. Because I think now they're 9,000. At one point they were like $1,000, then it went to 3, then it went to 6, right? And I think he said, oh, if you vote us in, we promise as one of our policies, one of our things, we're going to freeze the tuition fees. They won't increase anymore. They eventually, the election happened. I think it was a split vote, so it ended up being a coalition. And then as soon as they did the coalition between, I think, Lib Dems and Labour, I don't know, was it Tories? I don't know who it was with. Don't hold me to it. As on the first day of that coalition, guess what they did? A complete U-turn on that policy. Oh no, we're going to increase the fucking student fees anyway. That's when I realized, oh shit, politicians are full of shit. Politicians are going to say whatever they want to say to make sure that you vote for them, but there's no guarantees that they're going to do what they kind of ran on. And that's when I kind of gave up with politics. I was like, you know what, I'm okay, especially when it comes to like, politics involving the prime minister and government, stuff like that. When it comes to local politics, of course, I'm going to get involved in that. But wider things, I don't fucking care. So it's interesting to see those guys who are like in their early 40s with kids and families being so politically naive to believe someone like a Trump as well, who's like a known liar that what he said he was going to do, he didn't do. It's like, why are you surprised?
Alright, so after about 5 short months of Trump being president, the podcast bros and the Rogan sphere are already backpedaling on voting for him and publicly supporting him on their podcasts to hundreds of millions of voters in America. Like as you just saw, Andrew Schulz is completely baffled by what Trump has done in office since being elected, claiming he voted for none of what Trump has been doing. Let's not forget that this is the same guy who was all giddy and excited at the thought of his podcast swaying the election after their Trump interview.
It's not close anymore.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that. Yo, it's only been 5 months, These motherfuckers, like, if I was Trump, I would also say fuck these guys, I know they helped him. I know he probably is grateful. But if you're Trump, you're gonna be like, fuck these guys, man. 5 months. And you're already turning on me. 5 fucking months. Like, these fucking guys have no loyalty, no nothing. Like, they kind of turn on you on a fucking sixpence. As soon as the wind blows, they're going somewhere else. Fucking clout demons.
Is that the energy y'all felt?
You're a prisoner of the moment.
Yeah, you really are.
We know that about me.
Right.
We know that about me.
Before Trump came on, you're like, yeah, it could go either way. It's very close.
No, before he came on, I was like, he don't got a chance. I was like, he's coming on here. He got to be down bad. He got to be down. I mean, no, we're the best. He got to be down bad. And then after the interview, obviously we saw the reaction.
And you got 20 or 25 text messages, and you were like, this guy's winning.
Yo, listen, it wasn't the 20 to 25 text messages. You know what it was? It was the looks on the street.
So yeah, very idiotic stuff coming from the Flagrant podcast as always. But honestly, you can't blame Andrew Schulz for behaving this way. Because after all, he's just following the Joe Rogan blueprint as he's done since the very beginning. Joe Rogan was the guy who made this Waluigi look-alike so successful. He's the guy who inspired Andrew to start a podcast. And he's the guy who probably set up the Donald Trump interview. So if you're gonna point fingers at this stuff, point...
That picture, man. That picture, like, that's that meme on Twitter, isn't it? Like, there's no song that should make XYZ do this. And I think in this instance, there's no joke that Rogan says that should make him want to do this. There's no joke. Like, what the fuck is that? And that is the definition of a hack, innit? Like, it's kind of shaped like a H as well, but that's a literal definition of a hack. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Them at the guy who they're standing in the very short 5'5" shadow of at best, Joseph 250 Rogan. Joe Rogan is also shocked at Donald Trump doing exactly what he said he was going to do, as he was just criticizing Donald Trump and his immigration policies in a recent podcast he did, calling these policies insane.
It's insane. Yeah. We were told there would be no... Well, there's two things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up in construction sites and raiding them, gardeners.
Yeah.
Like, really?
And so the buffoonery has gotten so bad that even Hulk Smash himself, Mark Ruffalo, had to call Joe out for this in a tweet he made the other day, saying it's a little late now to pretend like Project 2025 didn't exist all along. You're either not that smart or not that dumb.
That's actually a good point, isn't it? To be fair though, that was that ever corroborated that was real? That Project 2025 thing? Because no one actually said it was not real. But no one took any ownership and said, "Yeah, we're gonna do this," right? Like even Trump, when it got leaked, when the news got spread, they were like, "Nah, we're not gonna go with this. Something we're working on. This is a rough plan." I wasn't following it too tough, but did they really confirm and say, "Yes, we are following this blueprint"? Was that a thing? I'm not really too sure.
It's hard to tell at this point, which I must say is pretty on the money. I mean, there were Trump supporters waving enormous mass deportation signs at everyone.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so surprised he's doing all this stuff he's deporting all these like migrant workers and shit. I'm so surprised he's breaking up families, storming fucking restaurant kitchens and doing all this horrible shit. I'm so surprised. And then cut to 6 months ago or whatever, these rallies with people holding up signs literally saying, "Make America strong again. Mass deportations now." Honestly, these comedy podcasters are so fucking full of shit.
One of Trump's rallies leading up to this election. So for Joe Rogan to act this way, especially after having Trump on the podcast, is absolutely mindless. And mind you, that was likely Rogan's largest podcast of all time. So now for him and his army of unfunny...
Hold on. 59... Wow! 59 million views, nearly 60 million views on that interview, and it only happened in October. 60 million views. Fucking, could you imagine the amount of people who got swayed to vote for Trump because of that interview? And now, like, some of those people, obviously they only have themselves to blame, but some of those people are now having their, families broken apart, their businesses aren't going great. Maybe they're unemployed, their stocks or their 401k ain't looking too sharp. They can't afford their car. They can't afford the vacation. And they're looking there thinking, fuck, I kind of fucked up in it going with the vibes. I watched Trump on Rogan. He came across well, and I fucking voted for him not knowing. Like, god damn.
Rogan's largest podcast of all time. So now for him and his army of unfunny goons to take no accountability is very, very dumb. And honestly pretty characteristic of the Rogan sphere.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret it?
A lot of people made a big deal that I did say that I regretted it the other day. Look,
It's almost like podcasters who have zero knowledge of anything outside of locker room humor shouldn't get involved in politics.
I don't think it's even that. I just think it's not that if you don't know anything about outside locker room politics, don't get involved. The issue for me is that they didn't do any research. They didn't do much digging. They didn't also pose the hard questions because they were more interested in just getting the guy to sit on their couch. Like, they were interested more in the idea of having Trump sit on their podcast. That was a vibe. Oh my God, that's a vibe. That's a great look. You know what I mean? That's going to be remembered, sort of thing. Great for the moment, virality. But I don't think they really understood what was at stake. I don't think they really tried to get at the root, of what was going on, posing the hard questions. And I just really do think a lot of them are like Rogan, where they think they're not responsible for what their platform says or does, And I'm still not really sure what I think about that position. Where Rogan is like, Rogan always says stuff like, when people criticize Rogan and say, you have to use your platform more responsibly, and Rogan always pushes back against that, like, nah, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy with a podcast. Yes, it's very popular, but I shouldn't be held to that sort of standard. If you want that sort of standard, hold journalists to that sort of standard, right? Hold news organizations to that sort of standard. But you shouldn't be holding comedy podcasters to that sort of standard. Now, my only reservation, my only doubt about that way of thinking is that sometimes in life you get put into positions that you don't ask for. Like, you sometimes get chosen by the people as the leader. I know it happens in a very low level in sports, in football. In football, for the most part, anybody that's played football in the UK, especially Sunday League, you'll know that captains don't get picked by the managers usually. Usually it's the team that pick who the captain is. Like, okay, this guy is a leader. This guy, he kind of like, you know, we like him. We like how he kind of Jesus on the pitch. We like how he encourages people. We like how he brings us together. So sometimes, even if you don't want to be the captain, your teammates will select you as a captain because they think you have the, you know, the minerals and the ingredients to make a good captain. So in this case, I think because your podcast is really popular and you're Rogan and you got nearly close to 500 million from fucking Spotify, right, for that podcast licensing deal, when you add up the 2 deals and shit, and you're probably likely going to be the first maybe podcast millionaire in history, you've got a massive reach. So you kind of do owe it to the American public or to your listeners to be a little bit more responsible with how you use your platform. Yes, it's a bit lame, right? Because I said previously in another stream, I think what you do coming up is way funner. Like, I'm sure there'll come a time when I get really popular where things, it's not the same, right? When you have sponsors, you have to watch what you say. It's a bit weird. But at this level, it's way funner because no one really knows who the fuck I am, right? So I can kind of, you know, chat shit, make jokes. No one gives a shit. But as you ascend and you get up to the Rogan levels, it then loses a bit of its fun because now everyone's like, your platform, be responsible. It's your platform. Don't platform this person, deplatform that person. And it can be a little bit annoying. So I get why Rogan was like, nah, fuck all that shit. I just want to do my thing. I just want to do like what I want to do. I'm not about thinking about the platform. I just want to put on a good show. But with so much at stake, literally, people's lives are at stake. You know, you kind of owe it to yourself. You kind of owe it to the public. You kind of owe it to your family, owe it to future generations to be more responsible. Because who's to say that when all the dust settles and you look back at this fucking term, because Trump, you know, luckily can only run for 1 term, but you look back at this term and all the bodies have been counted up, for lack of a better term, not to be macabre. You know, you kind of take account of the fucking economy. You take account of everything what's going on. Who's to say that you can't point at these guys and say, you know what, you played a role in this. You played a role in the destruction and the degradation of America, do you know what I mean? Because you voted in this guy and he enacted X, Y, Z. So you guys played some role in this country turning to shit, or that country, America, turning to shit. It's possible.
Let alone invite them onto their huge platforms and have them push whatever narrative they want while giving absolutely zero pushback to anything that they have to say. And the Rogan sphere has gotten so political now that some of the comedians inside of it are speaking out about it. Like,
big up Ricky Pitcher. We all knew about 1776. Big up you, Ricky Pitcher, Wagwan. Think about everyone that bent the knee to Trump. I mean, Tim Apple gave Trump 1 million. Jesus Christ. You should give Trump a softball interview maybe 2 years before he's running, not 1 month before the election. Very, very good point. Very, very, very good point, Ricky Pitcher.
when Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, and Yanni Papa all came to the conclusion that comedy podcasts should have never turned political on a recent episode of Bad Friends.
It makes me happy to know that this show is still as stupid as it's always been from the beginning, because I see a lot of our podcast pals or people in our sphere that are taking these shows to a level that we don't go to.
Which is what?
Well, they're all having like
they're
politicians
all, like,
on.
journalists.
Tim got fucking interviewed by like CNN.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we stay here.
Same with hyenas.
We stay right here.
Yeah.
And I saw that they had Bernie on Schultz.
Now, to be fair, who wants to speak to Bobby Lee about politics? Bobby Lee probably doesn't even know how to open a bank account, you know? Like that's an adult baby for real. Let's be honest. Who wants to really sit with Bobby Lee and talk politics? So yes, they stay here, but they stay there because no one really wants to hear them speak about politics. Yo, big up King Bayu. I'm blaming AZ, to be honest. I'll take it. I could be your Mugabe. R.I.P. Mugabe.
It's a show.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
It's not coming here.
Bernie?
Yeah, we had David Mamet.
Yeah, Ben Affleck.
Yeah, but that's rad.
We got people that they can't get.
Yeah.
No, it's not that they can't get him.
Well, they can get him.
Yeah.
But we got him too.
I just don't think we want politicians on the show.
No.
It's getting a little
no, it'd be
muddled, right? It's getting a little. What's going on?
I just think podcasting, comedy podcasting is entering this world of like news or something.
Yeah.
And people are taking it serious. And it's not.
Well, there was an article after the election about how legacy media doesn't have.
You know what it is as well? It's not, it's like, it's more to do with being funny. That's why I like actually watching Bad Friends. That's why I like watching History Hyenas. I miss when comedy podcasts were funny. We've spoken about it ad nauseum on this particular show. I'm not going to go over it again. But that's when they were great. They were great when you used to work a regular job and or maybe a dead-end job. And these guys provided you with ample distraction from your dead-end job. That's why you listen to them. That's why you watch streams or whatever it is. But when these guys made that pivot to like, I don't know, they thought they were being informative. They thought they were changing culture. They thought they were part of the zeitgeist. They thought they were part of the establishment or aiming to be. That's when it really fell off. If these guys just stuck to just trying to be funny, hey, every week we press record. We're going to try and make the funniest show possible. We want to just, we gauge our show based on funnies, right? Remember back in the day, a lot of these, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a period back in the day with comedy podcasts where you'd hear one person say, oh, my goal on this show, I just want to make my viewers or the listeners tummy hurt. I want you guys to be crying. I want to split your fucking ribs. I want to hear, I mean, like, I love hearing it from you guys about how funny you like the show. We're trying to make this show super funny. Now you don't hear that. You don't hear them. You rarely hear comedians talking about being funny. No, you rarely hear comedians trying to be funny on pods, and you rarely hear about comedians talking about fucking comedy or talking about how to be funnier. All they talk about is fucking news shit, politics shit, culture war shit. It's fucking boring.
Have the power it once had, and that podcasting is now, you know what I mean, replacing some of that.
That's not good.
Yeah.
We shouldn't replace it. This should be its own thing.
Yeah.
This is its own form of music.
Yeah.
They then go on to make a fantastic point when they say that they simply don't know enough to have politicians onto their podcasts, which is very refreshing to hear these comedians admit to, since the guys that do have politicians on seem to think they're the second comings of Pythagoras.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Socrates, Plato.
That do have politicians on seem to think they're the second comings of Pythagoras or Aristotle.
We also, I mean, you probably know more than me, probably, but I don't know much.
In the world?
Yeah.
I only know what I read this morning.
Yeah, so me too. So my point is that we don't know enough to have these people on. We are goofy.
Yeah.
It's a comedy podcast.
Imagine Bernie Sanders coming. He's like, it's great to be here. And Bobby's like, what does your penis look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I wouldn't say that. Why you are your fucking mind? Why would I say that?
What would you say? I'm Bernie Sanders.
I go to your political. I don't know, but my point. I wouldn't say that about your dick.
You get to penis somehow.
Is your asshole gray?
See?
Okay, that'd be one of them. Yeah, you're right.
Is it though?
It brings big numbers, right? That's probably why people do. Because everyone's like talking. It didn't used to be this way. It didn't used to be everyone was into politics. Now even kids are into politics.
Yeah.
When I was like 12, I would just be like, smell my fingers.
Very refreshing to hear a comedian in the orbit of Joe Rogan confess that they're just...
To be fair, though, to be fair, as much as I hate these kids who are into politics, unfortunately is a big part of everyone's life. Even me, I don't pay any attention to it. You kind of have to have your little, you kind of have to keep an ear open, an eye open. You can't be completely unaware of it. You can't bury your head in the sand. The only way you can bury your head in the sand, which I've seen a lot of cryptocurrency guys do, that's the cryptocurrency bro thing, is to just get rich. If you get rich, you can basically avoid politics because you can live in a bubble. You don't need to interact with the world. You don't need to be beholden by policies and directives and initiatives and law changes and shit. You can basically just be a law amongst yourself, a law unto yourself, right? So you don't need to do that. But, not all of us can become filthy rich. So some of us have to, some of us have to live in the quote-unquote real world. And yeah, man, when they enact a change, when they enact a governmental change, a policy change, it will sometimes upend your entire life.
Just comedians and not knowledgeable enough to have the types of guys on their podcasts like Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan, or even worse, Theo Vaughn. And speaking of Theo Vaughn, he now might just be the biggest political puppet in the Rogan sphere, larger than, dare I say it, Papa Toe. And man, do I
don't know about that. I don't know if that's fair. I don't know if that's fair on Theo. I don't know if that's fair. Theo's just a guy, and he interviews everybody. I don't think he was a puppet or anything. Is that fair to say Theo's a puppet? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he actually, oddly enough, I think he actually got the best interviews out of everyone. From Bernie to JD Vance to Donald Trump. I think he got the best interviews out of everybody. And they weren't inherently political. If anything, he made Donald Trump seem more human. Which I guess may have helped him get elected, actually. Because I think Theo's interview with Trump was really good. Let's be fair. Like, that was actually a really good interview. I don't know. Maybe they're right.
I have a lot of stuff to say about this guy, but I'll just round it all up by saying that he is much worse than you think he is. And he's just hiding behind his stage act, which is him just improving as this curious hillbilly from Louisiana.
Wow! American Redux. Okay. There's gonna be a change, a shift in the feeling, sentiment around fucking Theo, yeah? Is Theo a useful idiot? Is that what people are trying to say? Theo's a useful idiot. This is all one big act.
Who says random things. In reality, guys, Theodor von Kurnatovsky comes from a line of deeply influential and successful Polish politicians, and some of his relatives are pretty shady individuals. Like, I'm pretty sure one of his close relatives was assassinated in Louisiana a few years ago, which everyone just assumes was staged as him unaliving himself, since he actually owed millions of dollars to people who lent him money.
The former owner of Tipitina's Music Club has died at the age of 68.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Oh my god. What is it with the arts? What is it with the arts? There's actually an article going around, which I'm probably going to read on Taz, that's written on The Guardian, that's like, I think the writer is basically saying, after watching, I forgot who it was. Maybe it's Oasis, because they're on tour, right? And they were basically saying, oh, what happened to the working class artists, right? What happened to them? That should be a big part of music, right? Working class artists kind of, have paved the way for a lot of fucking genres, a lot of scenes, made a lot of interesting, legendary music. But you don't really get that nowadays. Nowadays, most of the people that you meet in the arts and entertainment, they come from well-to-do families. They obviously cosplay and pretend they don't, but they come from like a lineage of like, very powerful, influential people who then allow said person, artist, whatever, to pursue a career in the arts, which is usually filled with many potholes and a lot of spending of money without much success. So this explains why a lot of these guys are even around, because a lot of these guys aren't funny. And you're like, hold on, you're not funny, but you also make loads of money. How is that possible? How did you survive so long doing comedy without being funny and without the need of getting a real job? Like, how did that occur? And then you really, when you peel back and you kind of dig in, people like Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, you figure out, oh, you guys came from rich families. That's what allowed Bert Kreischer, for instance, who went to college, I think, what was that, for 7 years, something? But fucking Bert Kreischer, he didn't graduate for like 7 years, never had a real job. That's possibly why. So, unfortunately, there's not going to be a working class Bert Kreischer, because a working class Bert Kreischer, if you tell jokes at that level, if you're that shit, you're going to have to quickly figure out a job. You're going to have to quickly figure out another source of employment, because you're not going to be able to make money taking off your t-shirt on stage, because, it's not funny. But yeah, Theo coming from this lineage is fucking crazy. Wow. I know, because Theo's like what? Half Polish, half Nicaraguan, right? That's fucking insane.
Roland von Kurnatovsky reportedly shot himself during a hunting accident. Eyewitness investigator David Hammer recently reported on allegations he took millions of dollars from investors.
Von Kurnatovsky was primarily a real estate developer building widely praised projects like
exactly. Exactly. Big up Black American. We broke. Exactly. What you mean? I'm a jeweler on the side. Do you know how expensive that is? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Actually pursuing a career, that does not work. Oh, big up Jose Lopez. Does anyone think Theo's funny? Yeah, I think Theo's funny on podcast. I think Theo might be one of the most funniest podcast guests when it comes to the stand-up comedy podcast. But much like some of the great podcast guests, great podcast hosts, compared to his stand-up, it's, the chasm is Huge. He's nowhere near as funny on stage, unfortunately for him. Big up Big Booth as well. I think he's an alien because that mix shouldn't exist. It's hilarious.
Orpheum Theater. But in the last 2 years, Von Kurnatowski's financial life was unraveling. He split with partner Eric George, bounced checks to performers, and was sued by investors who gave him millions of dollars for treasury bonds, only to learn the money was tied up in his real estate projects. And this year, the FBI began questioning the investors about where the money went.
And so I have a lot to say about Theo Von because I think that he tries his very hardest to stay away from any criticism. Like the reason you never see P cringe, Too Lazy to Try, Comedy Enforcement, or anyone in this category make a video about him is because he has the strictest copyright butts out of all of the comedians we cover.
Really?
I mean, they literally ban anyone from seeing even a clip from his show in another video, which
Oh, yeah, true. That's a good point. Very good point. Whenever I have clipped him, yeah, I think that's probably why I stopped clipping him, actually. That's a very, very good point. It's actually a clever tactic, to be fair. Even Joe Budden does that. That's a good way of like silencing people and making sure that there's not a lot of dissenting voices around you and just kind of blocking it on the copyright side of things. So the only way people see your content is when the only way you can see his content getting commented on is on like social media platforms. But the stuff that you see on here, like the quote unquote video essays, you're not going to get them because, you know, that content's going to get slapped down. You know what I mean?
It's pretty much illegal, since all these videos fall under fair use. So as innocent as he paints himself, he's actually terrified of any sort of negative review. I mean, just look at the way he scurries away from Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys after the Nelk Boys ambushed Theo with the idea of having Tate on Theo's podcast.
Joey Brown, and this guy's lawyer.
Andrew, you gotta do Theo's podcast.
Yeah, we should talk about how you thought about it.
That would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, I got enough emotional issues at the moment.
But Theo gets away with everything.
Does he?
Yeah.
I don't until he doesn't.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Welcome to America, dude. I don't know how long they're letting you stay.
Yeah,
but
me neither. Glad to be back.
And so, as shitty as it was to ambush Theo with
Jesus, he ran, innit? He ran like Brian Callen. Fucking hell, Theo. I think he saw his fucking his sponsors running away, innit? I think he saw his sponsors hovering around and he thought, fuck that. Fuck that. He ran very, very quickly. Okay, I don't blame him, but Jesus Christ.
someone as controversial as Andrew Tate, him scurrying away is very telling of how he's so protective of his image. I'd also like to add that when he pushed that dude by his neck in a random bar in Nashville, everyone and their mothers came to Theo's defense before ever hearing the other side of the story. So I'm just going to share his side of the story with you guys right now to let you be the judge on whether this guy deserved physical violence or not.
Hey, I'm the fan who got choked out by Theo Von. Let me tell you what actually happened. So I'm not just a random fan. I live in Nashville. I play music full time. That's me. All of this happened on May 2nd. You can see right there. Which also happened to be my birthday. I had my gig from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. My friends brought me cake. They brought me balloons. The bar brought me sparklers. So when Theo walked in, he didn't have any security with him. So people were walking up to him, talking to him, taking photos. I finished my show. This was like 10:18. Nobody in my party had talked to him yet, not even me. We thought it would be a funny video idea to get him and me popping my birthday balloons together because he's a comedian. I was trying to be courteous because he was talking to somebody at the moment. So in this next video, you can actually hear me say, I don't want to interrupt their conversation.
I'm not too sure if I believe this guy, man. So Theo comes in and they get into a conversation and Theo suggests they should film a video. Like, that don't make sense. Why would Theo want to like suddenly make a video with some party guy, with some guy that's having his birthday? Like, why would he want to do that? Why would it be my idea? Maybe he would suggest it to, hey Theo, I'd love you to do a video with me. Maybe he might say yes or no. But why would Theo be like, yeah, man, he's not drunk or anything, he's not high? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't get that. I don't believe this guy. I think he's lying.
I was waiting my turn to talk to him. Everybody was all just standing around, having fun, having a good time. Nobody was bothering anybody. I mean, I'll show you the full video. That's the guy I was waiting for, who I didn't want to interrupt. This is where the video that you've seen starts. I went up and I said, will you pop some balloons with me? He turned away and looked like I said something offensive. I leaned in and...
I don't know. After that, you walk away in it, no? What does that even mean, pop some balloons? Does that mean what it actually says on the fucking t-shirt? As in, take a pin and pop some balloons. Is that what people do with their birthdays? Is that like a done thing? In America, you get balloons and you pop them as a sign of your birthday. Like, why are you asking another man to do that? Just pop them yourself. Or if you want to take the picture, stand next to them and pop them and take the picture. Why does he have to pop them for you? I think after, don't get me wrong, was Theo a bit of a dick for not hearing the guy out? Yes. But it's a busy bar. He's probably going to get annoyed the whole night. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. I think most normal people, or maybe if you weren't drunk or high, you probably would have seen, okay, cool, he's not on it. You know what I mean? He's not down. He's not in the mood. And you would have turned away. I think the fact that he didn't do that says a lot more about him than Theo.
And said, hey man, I'm a fan, I'm just messing with you. He turned back around and then aggressively got in my face right there. I was confused, so you can see me lean in and say, what? And that's when he grabbed my throat and shoved me back. What happened was a completely uncalled for reaction, especially when you consider the facts that nobody in my party had been badgering him for hours. We hadn't even talked to him. This was a 14-second interaction, and that was it.
So I'm not entirely...
Don't get me wrong, Theo was a dick, but this guy was also not the most perceptive of what was going on. His street smarts, his ability to read the situation wasn't great. Theo clearly didn't want to talk to him. Maybe Theo was in the mood to talk to girls. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't in the mood to talk at all. But the moment Theo first turned away after he said, pop some balloons with me, he should have got the message and just went about his merry way. He didn't need to go, hey, I'm just messing with you. What? You know what I mean? Like that seems like you're bothering somebody. He's already given you his back. Take the L and keep it moving.
Sure if I support this guy or not, as his story likely has a lot of holes in it, but I really don't think that what he did called for a shove to the throat. But do let me know what you guys think of that down below. Anyways, getting back to the point of this video, Theo Von also reacted negatively to one of Trump's decisions after seeing the mass casualties in Palestine, where he then proceeded to cry about it on his podcast only a few days after being buddy-buddy with the entire family that sends Israel billions of blood money per year.
I don't know if it feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our lives. And I don't, sometimes I feel like I should say something. I'm not a geologist or geographer or anything like that, you know, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know though. Like I know the basics of the issues over there. And I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more isn't said about it. You know, and it's crazy because our country's also complicit in it. You know, it's in it and has been for a long time. And it's just kind of interesting because then you just realize, oh, well, I'm a member of this country, but I'm just, what we want sometimes doesn't matter. You know, and you just have to be a member of a place and your government is making other choices. So I don't know if I said that correctly or, yeah. So just praying for those people and just the grief that is all going to cause. You notice, like, what are we doing?
And I just want to say that this was...
You could have, the same people that have caused all these issues, you could have asked them those things, you know, when they're on your pod. You could have maybe asked them, you know. You could have maybe held them to account, you know. You could have maybe tried to help, you know, by holding their feet to the fire, you know. You could have maybe helped, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't know because he said geologist and geography, you know. Now I'm trying to think, are those random things he says on purpose to try and throw you off, to try and make it seem like he's just this, like, you know, this really jovial hillbilly. Because to be fair, anyway, sometimes there are some movies back in the day they used to depict, which I think it must happen in real life. I'd imagine back in the day, maybe not now, but I imagine back in the day when people were a little bit more regional, that some people did look down on people from the South and think if you had that accent that you were dumb. And I wonder if some really shrewd operators use that to their advantage. They use the fact that people would underestimate them based on their accent and where they were from, and the fact that they didn't graduate college, and play the dumb hick role, play the dumb trailer park trash role, but then really underneath all of that, they're smart as a whip. You know what I mean? Big up as Aziz.
Hey Israel. What are you gonna do? Volume bomb me?
Jesus. I'm not, no. We can't do that. 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 Volume bomb me is crazy. Especially what happened, especially based on what happened yesterday, man. Fucking hell, Assad Aziz. The timing is awful. We got Assad Aziz. But yeah, I wonder if he does that on purpose. Theo, you know? Plays up this like dumb southerner, hillbilly, whatever thing going on. But then underneath it is a really shrewd operator. Somebody that's a lot smarter than what you're giving credit for. Because, you know, let's also be for real. The show's widely successful. You don't have a widely successful show like Theo's show and avoid a lot of controversy without being quite smart about what you do, right? Like without being very locked on about who you have as guest, about how you move. You know, like people seem to enjoy his company. He seems to always be in the right circles, doing the right thing. There's a reason why, you know? There's a reason why. The guy's no dummy, that's for sure.
It was a completely human reaction by Theo here, and it's good of him to say anything in order to make a dent and move the ball in the right direction. I just think saying this and then doing a complete 180, dining with Ivanka Trump and rubbing shoulders with the people who fund Israel is pretty contradicting of him. So guys, as more and more Austin assassins come out and visibly regret voting for Trump, it just makes you realize that these guys should have never involved themselves in politics in the first place. Since after all, they're just podcasters, with some considering them comedians.
Big up Joe, 250 fouls, 250. The leader of the 250. The leader of the 250 most funniest people in the world. Fucking hell. Joe Rogan. Big up Joe Rogan. Big up Blood Clot Joe Rogan. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Apologies for the late start for today's podcast, but we're still here anyway. Or today's stream. We are 14 days into the 31-day marathon. So I hope you've had some fun along the way. We are fast approaching the halfway point. Fast approaching the halfway point. If you enjoy what you see, like what you see, please make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and of course, if you want to join, become a member and help me hit that goal of 500 members by the end of the 31st of July. That'll be fucking stupendous. That's not the main thing though. We're here for the consistency. We're here for the consistency. We're here for the bants. We're here to achieve that 31-day goal. But if you want to help me along the way and add to the 500, the links to gift memberships, to opt in for a membership, buy memberships are in the description of this video, all of that stuff. And of course, you can gift memberships with the little cash icon there in the stream chat. So get involved, get involved, get involved. Okay, next video to check out is courtesy of the big dog and co-host of Morning Combat, and also one of fucking Brendan's friends, funnily enough, and a strong critic of Rogan's Comedy Circle. I love how much he hates Bert Kreischer. Big up my guy, Luke Thomas. He actually put out a video as well talking about this, because that video of, what's his name, Andrew Schultz, went viral for the wrong reasons. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure Schultz is loving it because he loves the attention. But that Schultz video where he basically, you know, it says that he's disappointed in what Trump's doing and he regrets voting for him, to paraphrase, has gone viral. And a lot of people are basically calling out these comedians for being useful idiots. And Luke Thomas, obviously, being a very staunch critic of a lot of these comedians because he doesn't think they're funny, and he thinks maybe they're over-important, their position in culture is kind of, you know, is over-exaggerated, and they probably shouldn't be idolized as much as they are. He calls them out a lot. He has a podcast or a clip here on his channel where he speaks about it. And the title of the video is Andrew Schultz regrets platforming Trump, too late. And the thumbnail says, welcome to the grift. So I love how everyone's calling these guys out. I love it. I'm actually curious to hear what Schultz will say in the end. I'm actually curious. Now he's been able to see all the pushback against him and whatnot. I'm curious to hear what Schultz will say in the next episode of Flagrant about some of the negative reaction about that clip. I wonder what he'll say. But for now, let's hear what Luke Thomas has to say.
All right, y'all. Let's talk about Andrew Schultz, comedian, podcaster. He has a couple of podcasts, I think. One he does with Charlamagne the God. I'm not focusing on that one today, but he's got another one, Flagrant 2, that he does with his co-host, another comedian by the name of Akash Singh. There's some other folks who are on this as well. And they're catching some heat. Their audience is beginning to turn on them a little bit, and with good reason.
To be fair, I am quite plugged into all of the subreddits. I do keep my eye on all the subreddits. I don't probably cover all the podcasts I should. I think I should kind of branch out and do a lot more. Maybe start doing Tuesday with Stories. Maybe start covering some Bad Friends stuff for the funnies. I obviously do some Kill Tony stuff, even though you guys don't like it. I love Kill Tony. We're going to actually check out a Kill Tony episode actually later on. When I do check out the Flagrant pod from time to time, from even before Trump went on, a lot of the Flagrant podcast listeners and fans were turning on them anyway, especially Schultz. A lot of them had enough of Schultz's promotions and marketing and his self-importance or over-importance. The fucking, the epiphanies that Shane Gillis apparently took the piss out of. And a lot of them are really annoyed at the pivot to fucking politics. Because if you're not aware, Flagrant actually started off as like a semi-sports podcast. And now it's like a politics podcast. And the funny thing is that they barely interview comedians. And I think the entire cast, the entire couch, are stand-up comedians, with the exception of Alex. They're all stand-up comedians, Varying levels of success, but they're all stand-up comedians, but they don't interview comedians, they interview fucking politicians, right? Or like social media people. But they rarely interview politicians, and people on that Reddit have been pissed off about it from the very beginning. So this isn't like a recent thing. The Flagrant fans have been turning on Schultz a lot because the show has become unfunny and it's become too overly obsessed with politics.
Actually, now I promise I'm not here to kill them. I mean, there's going to be some criticism, but we have to realize, such that there is any broader future for a left-wing coalition, such that there is any hope of challenging this administration, the left has got to have something of a big tent approach. And I know that's going to make some people on the left uncomfortable, but I just don't see how you can actually have a governing coalition that has a mandate unless you are opening up to people, in particular, the kinds of people who feel like they made an error in supporting Trump. You just have to. Now, not every version of them, but most versions of them. Or at a bare minimum, many versions of them. There are just going to be people who feel like they got hoodwinked, who feel like they got misled, didn't understand what they were voting for, thought they were going to get one thing, and they got another. Now, I'm going to not absolve them from all blame in the process, but you do have to recognize what the score is. If the left is going to be doing these puritanical legitimacy tests as a way in which to decide what part of the governing coalition is going to be allowed, we're going to have problems having a big enough group to make a big enough difference. Again, this is not a license to accept all parties in all cases, particularly the corporate side, but for people who may have voted for Trump and now have buyer's remorse, you just have to accept the fact that it's smarter to invite them into the tent of the left than it is to reject them. That being said, they drive me nuts with what they say as a motivating factor for why they
drive me nuts.
They are now abandoning Trump. Andrew Schultz is a blatant, obvious case of this. It genuinely is infuriating to hear this, because what you're going to hear is him saying, this is not what I voted for. This is not what I expected. This was the opposite of what I wanted, to which I'm going to say, no, the fuck it isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
This is everything that they said they would do. Now, it actually, in certain ways, it is worse than Project 2025 itself laid out. And I know that Trump disavowed any knowledge or relationship to Project 2025, but everyone with half a brain who at a bare minimum was paying attention prior to the election noted that Trump just lies like he breathes. He's an inveterate liar. When he disavows something, it means absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
More to the point, the people who were the architects of Project 2025 were either in the administration or tangentially related to the administration. And of course, some of the most important figures, including but not limited to Stephen Miller, were very, very explicit about what they intended to do, what the legislative priorities were. They telegraphed they were going after the education department. They telegraphed mass deportations. They telegraphed, cuts to USAID and any other number of agencies, although some of that even went beyond what I thought they were going to. But much of this, nearly all of this, was telegraphed in some kind of way. So to say after the fact, well, this is not what I voted for, yes, the fuck it is.
And you know what's really insulting about that as well? It's like, these guys swear that they're intelligent. They swear that they're intelligent. They swear black and blue that they're super fucking smart. Okay, if you're that smart, how could you not tell that guy was full of shit? How could you not tell he was saying what he needed to say to get you guys on board? Remember how chuffed he was when Rogan endorsed him? Remember how chuffed Trump was? Remember how excited he was? Do you remember when he first went on Rogan? Do you remember how really happy Trump was? He went on Rogan. He was chuffed, happy, because for a long time, I'm sure he was aware, Rogan wasn't the biggest fan of him. Rogan wasn't the biggest fan of his. He made that very clear in his podcast. Rogan also, there was a time where he really wasn't that big on politicians anyway. Having him on the pod, he didn't really agree with quote-unquote platforming politicians and providing opportunity to sway elections or inform. He didn't want to do that. He'd rather speak about it himself, but he didn't want the politicians to come on there and advocate for themselves, their party, their policies. So he kind of left it. He kind of stepped out of it. So when Rogan did go around and did make that statement about endorsing Trump, Trump's base, Trump's group, Trump's people must have been so happy because they knew what that would mean. They knew what that role would play. They fucking knew it. And these same guys as well, because I think their influence on the election is overstated. But when it did happen, when those stories were coming out, when Trump did get elected and everyone was kind of patting themselves on the back, a lot of those guys were kind of taking credit for it. Like, yeah, we helped get him in power. Okay, now that he's, fucking up the country, essentially involving America in loads of fucking foreign wars, now you also have to take credit for that also. You can't take credit with the good if you can't take credit with the bad.
That being said, there's a bigger point that I'd like to get to here. But first, let's hear from Andrew and his co-host. I got a couple of clips here I want to react to. And then I need to make a point that I think is really useful as it relates to independent media.
Big up Assad Aziz. Schultz sucks. Akash isn't funny. And Alex is like 45 and paints his nails.
And why these podcasts are happening and why these interviews are happening and why, not just as a buyer's remorse in terms of being a voter, Andrew Schultz is having some regret, but I think in giving a platform to Trump and now having some regret, why that may be the case.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. We're the fucking idiots, guys. Yeah. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Bongino.
He had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I also believe that. I also believe that they're full of shit, but this was quite obvious to begin with. I mean, there's really only two conclusions you can come to with the Epstein situation. One is that they're engaged in a cover-up. That Jeffrey Epstein was some agent for Mossad, a blackmailing operation, and that his client list, or at a bare minimum, the ways in which it can incriminate heads of state, famous figures, left and right, you name it, and that this is all some gigantic cover-up, and then that Trump himself is obviously implicated in it. That's one reasonable interpretation. The other interpretation, of course, is that the right wing is mired in conspiracism. Conspiracism, the epistemology of conspiracism is like the driving factor behind.
I like Luke Thomas, but I also get why people don't like him. I also get why people don't like him. Like, he loves the smell of his own farts, isn't it? He loves the smell of his own farts, isn't it? Man is a little bit of a pseudo-intellectual, I think, isn't it? He's loving this. Don't get me wrong. Have your moment, but let's relax. Let's relax on the unnecessary use of big words. Let's relax. We don't need to give our audience the fucking dictionary definition of what conspiracies are. We know. Let's relax. Let's rein it in a little bit. Let's rein it in a little bit. And let's not also act as if conspiracies are this crazy, wacky thing that the right's obsessed with. The left is also obsessed. The Democrats, they've also got a couple of conspiracies on their side. They've also got some skeletons in their fucking closet. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. All right? Let's just rein it in. Let's rein it in, Lug Thomas. Come on, Lug Thomas. Rein it in.
Right-wing politics. Guys, my mom used to listen to Rush Limbaugh in like the 80s and 90s. I cannot... everything about a hardcore right-wing view is based on conspiracies. And the reason why I say that is because...
Come on, man. And is that a bad thing, though? Right-wing people question everything. Conspiracies. Left-wing people go along with the status quo. Everything will be all right in the end. Things happen in cycles. I think those two balance each other out. Come on, bro. Come on. If the conspiracy theories weren't around, we probably would have never heard of Epstein in the first place. If they were, honestly, big up all those crazy fucks on D-Live, on BitChute, right? All those crazy fucks on those platforms. I forgot the other one, where they were talking about conspiracies. Or big up all those people who got their channels from YouTube demonetized, taken down, that were talking about Jean-Luc Bernard, right? That guy linked to Epstein. That guy that died, the model agency dude. Like, they were talking about shit from time. All those people are the ones that led to this moment in culture where we're all sitting there thinking, whoa, the government is fucking running cover for this guy that ran a pedophile ring. It's because of all those conspiracy nutcases. They're the ones that were questioning everything. They got us here. And some of them don't really have any political allegiances. So let's not do this. Let's not demonize conspiracy theorists, because without people questioning the establishment, without people questioning the status quo, we don't get to this moment in time right now. Let's relax. We don't get even to Prince Andrew, right? We don't get that Prince Andrew moment without the fucking, what's his name? Big up Ryan Dawson. Is it Ryan Dawson? All those type of dudes. Like, they're the ones that laid the groundwork for where we are now in this moment in culture. Like, let's relax. Conspiracy, shut up.
They're trying to construct everything as an alternate to what is already existing. There's existing media, they wanted an alternate media. There are these traditional explanations for how things work. They have an alternate explanations. And obviously, at times, sometimes the folks who engage in conspiracism have a way of challenging power that every once in a while ends up not exonerating them, but being useful. That can be true, obviously, but it's part and parcel of everything they do. These are people who are...
Assad Aziz, you're a fucking idiot. Let Luke cook, KZ. I'm learning about epistemological stuff, and my Sagittarius is rising. What a legend.
For example, all the Doge fuckheads who came through DC and were saying, wow, afterwards, we can't believe that there was actually very little waste, fraud, and abuse. You know, there's some obviously going on, but not nearly as much as we imagined. There wasn't half of the low-hanging fruit. That's right, because none of you were actually interested in the ways, and nor did you know how government properly functions in the way.
But they were trying to find out. Doge, I think, was a good idea. Maybe it was spearheaded by the wrong person, because Elon was kind of spearheading it to look after his own self-interest. And there is this common held belief that Trump gave Doge to Elon to kind of get him away from him. Because I think Elon had this idea that he'd be closer to power. He'd be like Elon's like czar, right? He'd be his right-hand man. When really Elon was like, no, not really, mate. I want your money and shit and everything else you got, but you're not involved in anything I'm going to be doing. I'm be running my own ship. I'm doing my own thing. You're not influencing jack shit. And I think she just gave him Doge for that. But I think the premise of Doge is a good idea. The premise of, like, you know, figuring out overspending, cutting off these type of things. It's a good idea, but I think as people realize, especially for me, when I started to get into more local politics, there are some things that are in place. There are some structures, some policy. It's like a hospital, right? There are hospitals nowadays that still use pen and paper. Even though they have computers, they have a pen and paper filing system. And there are some things that get done in hospitals that could probably be, you could probably figure out a process to make it more efficient, to cut down time. But if you do that, you don't know what the unintended consequence of your action will be. There are reasons why things are a little bit slow. It's like the DVLA, right? Those type of things. There are reasons why it's a bit clunky and slow, because it kind of works like that. If you try to fuck it up, if you try and cut corners, if you try to introduce touch screens, suddenly some things may happen on the back end or further down the line that you didn't intend to happen. So I think when it comes to Doge, the same sort of thing happened there. There were things in place, that kind of needed the other thing to work out. So if one person was taking money from there, that place also benefited from it. So if you cut the overspending here, it then had an adverse effect over there that you didn't intend to do. So it was a complex situation. Maybe how they did it was fucked up, right? Maybe let's not get fucking, 19-year-old hackers named, what's his name? Big Balls to lead it. Maybe, think of other things. Maybe get people with more experience. I don't know. But I think the premise, the idea behind it, was rooted in some good because you wanted to cut government overspending, which makes sense.
Way in which it actually works, that there isn't actually that much Medicaid fraud, that there isn't actually that much, accessible, low-hanging fruit to go after in terms of this stuff. So then when you get there and you get the keys to the kingdom, all of a sudden it becomes a very different situation. That is very, very true. But the way in which conspiracism drives the epistemology of how they understand the world, or at a bare minimum, how media actors might then manipulate it to better ends. This is just
media actors, epistemology of the world. Relax, bro. Relax. Just call out the stand-up comedians. Tell us why they're full of shit, and give us an idea of what lies ahead. But let's relax a little bit. Let's fucking relax.
just what the right does. This is why having healthy skepticism of people who are engaging in not so much questioning around Jeffrey Epstein, I don't mean that per se, but the vast array in which the worldview is constructed. Stephen Miller's view, for example, is just this entirely, it's not really dystopian, it's disconnected. They're not interested in the way in which the facts inform the situation and how you react to it. It is ideology driven all the way top down, irrespective of the facts. And in fact, they'll use conspiracism both wittingly and unwittingly as a way to not really further their ends, but to then explain factors around them.
That 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things, in my mind, is it possible. One,
it's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things, in my mind, is it possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Right. Exactly. Right. That's it. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. But having a healthy skepticism of these people beforehand would have been a lot more useful than coming to this conclusion after the fact.
So basically, what we're finding out is that not only is Rogan's bullshit radar broken, every stand-up comedy podcast person who says they had one, theirs is also broken. All of these guys' bullshit radars broke at the exact same time. Huh. Who would have guessed it?
Right are the people behind Pizzagate. They are the people behind any number of different bullshit-ass cockamamie stories about how they think the world functions, because at the core of the way in which they interface with the world are conspiracy theories.
Pizzagate wasn't all bullshit, though. Let's be fair. There were elements of it that were bullshit, but not the entire thing. I don't want to get into it, but not the entire thing. Let's be fair.
Jews run the world and the banks and blah, blah, blah. Any number
they kind of do, though, innit? They kind of do. Who do you think Epstein works for? They kind of do, bro. You saw what happened to fucking Ye. You saw how they were able to like reverse the funds from his account. Has that ever happened to you before? Where you got paid and then the company that paid you reversed the money out of your account? That doesn't usually happen. You know? You can get sued for it, right? They can try and claim it back later, but they can't usually reverse the payment, you know? And then close down all your bank accounts. Why has that happened? Huh?
Of different things you can imagine, down to there's a rape dungeon at a pizza place in the northwest quadrant of DC. It doesn't matter how stupid it is. It doesn't matter how insane it is. This is part and parcel of their political identity.
If that's true, what are you going to do then? If the right is this insane, if they believe in all this crazy shit, why don't you just KILL them? That's how far this goes then. See, when you start otherizing people, when you start othering people, this is where you end up. If they don't think the same way, what should we do then? Should we line them all up against a wall? And start, firing squatting? That's not how it works, man. You have to work together. Like, I'm not too sure if that's possible. Maybe Americans at your core, maybe you just have this like adversarial kind of like us v them thing. But I hope, and again, maybe it's for the world as well. Apologies for my fucking Michael Jackson Heal the World message right now. But I hope you guys get to a place where you start to work together and really start to go for the people that are really at fault. The deep state, who have ties and who have people in in parts of government on both sides of the aisle. That's who needs to be the target. The deep state, the oligarchs. Not fucking fighting each other. This is a distraction. Oh, they believe in conspiracies. It's like, bro, you need them to question things. They need you also to care about people. Like, you need each other. You need each other somehow. Will that happen? Probably unlikely.
I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single fucking thing.
Know what he's done. Yeah, exactly to your point. If you tell me, it's easier for me to believe you wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they were.
To that point, like, there'll be people that like they'll DM me and be like, "You see what your boy's doing? You voted for this." I'm like, I voted for none of this.
Yeah, you voted for
He's
all
doing
of
the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to...
Actually, who said that underneath their voice? You hear that? Who said underneath their voice, I voted for none of it? Yeah, you voted for all of it. Hold on, who said that underneath their voice? Was that Alex?
Boy, you voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this.
Yeah, you voted for
He's
all
doing
of
the
it.
exact...
Whoever said you voted for all of it under their breath, you smashed it.
The opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants, and we need our farmers. I believe when Trump...
Guys, he campaigned on all of that. Do you not recall at the National Republican Convention the vast sea of people with the signs that said mass deportations, which I realize he gave an account of there. But everything else that they said they were going, he said he was going to stop the wars. Yeah, he's full of fucking shit. In his first term, Obama, who, by the way, has a terrible record of using drones to just indiscriminately bomb folks in far reaches of the earth, it went up over 300% by the time Trump took over with his drone campaign. There's nothing about what he does that is oriented around peace. And this claim, like, I'm going to get it solved.
Let's be fair. If Kamala would have been in power too, there would be no peace too. The US would still be tightly aligned with Israel. The bombing of Iran would have still happened. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. If Kamala would have got elected, Palestine, Gaza, the destruction of Gaza would still be happening. The Russia-Ukraine war will still be raging on. Let's be fucking for real now. These things are really out of the control of the American government anyway. Let's be fucking for real. And they align with who they want to align with for, mutual beneficial needs. But let's be for fucking real. Let's not act as if the Democrats are like anti-war. I think there is no anti-war party so far anyway. There hasn't been one. They all say there might be. They end up turning their back on it, but come on. Let's be real.
Of day one. why would you have any faith he had the capability of doing such a thing? What record did he show you in the first term in terms of a demonstrated understanding of how to achieve peaceful ends through negotiation would you have pointed to as evidence of this fact? He's a warmonger. Everything about what he had did in the first term, while limited relative to this one, was warmongering, or at a bare minimum, escalation of tension, escalation of force posture. Why would you imagine that he would do anything different? And I saw so many fucking dopes in the lead up to the election being like, well, all the things the guy said he would do in the first term, he didn't really do. What would be different in the second? Because he was fucking restrained in the first term. Even people like Rex Tillerson, who had many faults, was acting in some kind of way in restraint. The Joint Chiefs of Staff in some kind of way of restraint. He had people who were still part of the old school institutional Republican apparatus who had some sense about the world, who were limiting what he could do. These people were called the deep state, by the way. I mean, some of these figures are more public facing. But that's essentially what you're talking about here, interference in that way. None of what he is doing is surprising to me, other than the scale of it never seems to cease in its horrors. He took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Why? So he could help Palestinians have an ordinary, peaceful life on the land from which they live? Like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen with this fucking money? It's just the level of, like, were you listening to him when he said it? I don't mean the words coming out of his mouth. I mean the nature of who he was surrounding himself with, what they were saying they were going to do, what their proven record of what they were going to do in terms of materials, again, Project 2025, previous attempts at causing chaos. Remember the Muslim ban from the first term? That was what you had to pay attention to. The crew around him he was assembling, knowing full well also he'll just say anything. When we told you he's a liar who will just do whatever he wants and say whatever he wants.
You're going to cry. You're going to cry. Don't cry over politics. Let's chill. Let's not cry over politics, please.
To get whatever he wants, and that there's a proven record of that. That wasn't Trump derangement syndrome. The left has been exonerated about what they said the horrors of this administration could be before the election. I got plenty of problems with Kamala Harris, but many of the things she warned about was fucking true. This was not hard to figure out unless you just decided that he's a truthful man, which there's absolutely no reason to ever take that kind of position, and that the people around him, the absolute zealots that he is surrounded with, and the people who are architecting fucking fascism, and in the first term certainly made some halfway efforts at it, you just had to decide they would be sidelined, despite the fact that all of the obstacles to what Trump wanted to do in the first term, all of them were gone. They took over essentially the Republican, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, and they replaced it all with Trump loyalists. Like, it's their party now. You had to pay attention to the things they were doing. They took the first term as a lesson in, okay, all the ways in which we got stopped, we're going to figure that out ahead of time. And the reason why I know that that is true is because everyone on the left was saying it. Ezra Klein, for all of his problems over in the New York Times, made a whole point about this, did an entire episode of his podcast around all of the stops, the obstacles, the things he had to, that slowed him down, stopped him, tripped him up in the first term of his presidency. They learned by the second time, and the way in which they were constructing who the staff would be and what they were proposing and how they were going to do it, they had a plan to get around all of it. You are the one who did not pay attention to that. You are the one who did not notice that. None of this is surprising. None of it. It's shocking in its horror, but it's not surprising. But this brings me to my final point that I really would like to stress here, if I may. Namely,
what's that? Tell us, bro. What is that?
These comedians who do these podcasts, Rogan's one of them, Theo Von's one of them. Tim Dillon, I think, is a little bit different, although he played a role early, but I think Tim really recognizes things are a little bit different now, and in a smarter way than everyone else. And here you have Schultz and some other ones. Do you think in the case of Rogan, it's much more. It's Zuckerberg. It's, you know, any number of different, David Sachs and you name it, all these billionaires who were trying to rip out parts of the liberal, not the left leaning.
By the way, is it me? Or do I get the feeling that this guy's doing a little bit of, what big words should we use? Because Luke likes big words. He's doing a little bit of aggrandizing here. He started off by saying, oh, let's not demonize, let's not other the right-wingers who were duped by Trump. Let's not make them feel too bad. Let's welcome them into our tent, and then we can convert them. Now, with this rant, it sounds like he wants to line them all up against a wall. So you started off saying you want to put your arm around them and show them the way, but it now actually sounds like you feel so betrayed by them, you feel so angered by them for voting for Trump that you want them to DIE. That's what it sounds like. So in my opinion, this man is talking out of both sides of his mouth. But hey, what do I know?
But the traditional notion, the regulatory state that regulates assholes like them. But in the case of many other podcasters, Andrew Schultz having Trump on and Theo Von's having, JD Vance on. By the way, JD Vance on Theo Von. Like, oh, we're going to release the Epstein files. Like, okay. We saw what happened with that. Again, they're just, okay, we've been over it.
By the way, is it fair to say that every time you invite someone like that on your show, it should be combative? It should be like a pressy interview. What about if you don't want to do that? Like, I don't understand this idea. Or like, if you interview someone, it's an endorsement. You interview someone, you agree with what they have to say. Like, can you just interview somebody and not want to talk about that sort of stuff? Maybe you want to talk about some other stuff. Maybe you don't have the equipment or the tools necessary to question them on the desert. I don't know. I'm not really too sure about that. Now, do I want to listen to a politician on a comedy podcast? No. But do I feel like a comedy podcast host should be held to the same standard as like a news reporter, a journalist? No. But I guess, that's just, I guess on the other side of things, they're politicians. And if you're going to have them on, why else would you have them on? You're not going to have them on to ask them about their tennis swing, are you? Or their golf swing. I get it. Kinda.
The point I'm trying to make is as follows. Do you think they picked you because you're a hard interview? Do you think that?
Oh, look, you saw what I'm about.
Do you think that the president of the United States, formerly the president, obviously candidate Trump by the time he was sitting in your studio, that he thought to himself, you know what, I'm going to go on Andrew Schultz because that's going to be a really difficult interview where I'm going to be challenged on the specifics of my points, and it may be difficult for me to look.
Big up Yo in the stream chat. Oh, sorry, bloody hell, I need to drink some water. Big up Mezarod as well. Big up Ason. If you have the vice president in the USA, if you have the vice president of the USA, you should be asking something of substance, not just blowing him. But should you though? Let's question our preconceived notions. Let's question our beliefs here. Why is that? Why do I have to ask a politician hard-hitting questions if I have them on my show? What about if I met them as a politician, but then we got friendly? What about if I want to be friends with them? Like, I don't understand. I'm not too sure I'm not too sure I agree with that. I'm not sure I agree with that. Maybe it's different if like the circumstances are different. Like if there's like full-blown wars going on, and I don't know, civil wars, unrest societally, and you have those people on, maybe you owe it to the public at large to have a bit of a hard-hitting interview to maybe get to the root of the problems, to maybe answer some questions. But when you have your own thing, like, I just don't agree with this idea that you have to do things a certain way. Like, just because this person happens to be a politician, just because this person happens to be a public official, just because this person happens to be this, why? Like, actually, in my opinion, I think you get a far better interview, and you probably learn more about their politics anyway when you interview them as a human. When you just, talk about things in general. It probably helps to answer or add context to a lot of things that you're probably thinking about anyway. And the questions that you want answers for, you're not going to get the answers that you want. You know that. These are professional liars. These are professional, top tier, top of the spear, 250 fucking comedians. Navy SEAL comedians. Sorry, Navy SEAL liars. Green Beret liars. Like, they're not going to give you the answer that you want. So what's the point? You may as well just, have a conversation about them with life. Ask about their kids. Ask about the relationship with their wife, relationship with their family, views on this, views on that. But hard-hitting questions, they're not going to answer it anyway. Not to your satisfaction, at least. I could be wrong.
Persuasive or authoritative or even
big up skin it.
Truthful and transparent. That's why I'm going to go on there. No, they picked you because you're a mark. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. The billionaires.
He's kind of right, innit? He's kind of right. What's their intentions of going on the show? They're going on that show because they know they're going to get a soft interview. They know they're going to be presented in the best light. They know there's no harm in going on the show where people are professional joke tellers. They're going to get a laugh. People are going to get to see their teeth. They're going to get a sense, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Big up King Baby. I think you guys are right. There is probably like, I don't want to use that word, but it's probably true. There is probably a responsibility when it comes to politicians. It's a bit different. You probably do owe it to your audience, to the public at large, to be like, okay, cool. If you have this person on, you have to ask them the questions. You can't just have them on and start talking about whiskey and shit, But I think that if you did speak to them about whiskey, you'd probably have a far better interview that would actually answer more of your questions than asking them a question about something that you want an answer to and then just fucking giving you some bullshit answer and then moving on the topic or shutting down completely.
Love going on Joe Rogan because they know he's not going to do fuck all to challenge them. Theo Von, I appreciate that he cries about what happens in Gaza. I do too. Many of us do. But then he goes and parties with Trump's daughter and son-in-law.
I appreciate that he cries. Cool. Good tears, bro. Good tears. But what the fuck are you doing eating with fucking Jared Kushner? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing having fucking lobster rolls with whatever the fucking daughter's name is? Come on, man.
Do you think, Theo, that you got picked for these interviews because you're tough at it? All of the claims that are made about like why these podcasts are exploding, there is some truth to it. They'll cover stories that maybe the mainstream media does not. That is true. And they might not have the same, in any way whatsoever, ideological bias. And so that frees them up to go and take the conversation in different directions. That is true. But powerful people are circumventing traditional media and going on comedian podcasts because they know they'll run you the fuck.
Big up Asad Aziz.
Can you believe Elon makes rockets and is terraforming Mars all while being the #1 Diablo player in the world? A very intelligent tall man with a working BS meter.
As an Elon fanboy, I can't think about that too much, man. That Diablo shit was just too much, man. That Diablo shit was just too much. That getting people to play on your account and pretend that you're like, oh my god, so embarrassing. So utterly embarrassing. And such a fucking sign, a signal of his deep-seated insecurity. Like, what? You're pretending you play video games to impress who? Like, I honestly didn't get the impressing thing because, in my opinion, or from my perspective, Elon is for the geeks. Like, he's like a geek king. They love him. So I always wonder to myself, like, who's he trying to impress? Those guys already love you anyway, video game players. Guys that do computer science, guys that are programmers, developers and shit. They love him. So why is he pretending to be #1 at this? It's like, whatever. Big up Solaces.
over. And I hope that rather than looking at this situation, Andrew, and saying, oh, I got hoodwinked, you need to have a nice long look in the mirror and say, I got picked because they knew.
Oh, no. Diablo wasn't the one that was too much for me. The one that was too much for me, the one that really got the one that really got me like looking at my guy Elon with a side eye was that shit with the fucking guy with the kids that got stuck in that tunnel. When he called that, because people remember the pedo shit they said about him, but he was just a cunt about him in general. When they were having their back and forth on social media, he was just being a fucking cunt from the minute zero. And it was like, brother, this isn't about you. There's, I don't know how many, was it like 7 kids under 15 trapped in a cave somewhere? And here you are fucking trying to let your nuts hang and trying to get like a Tesla sponsored submarine. Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, that was really weird. Like, what the fuck? Like, that was really adhering to the idea of like never let a good tragedy go to waste, right? That's an American politician said that, right? Like, he was really kind of, you know, taking that fucking saying to heart. Because why are you making this fucking rescue mission all about yourself? To a certain extent, I think that's why some people didn't really give much credit about the stranded astronauts. I wonder if that was the case. Obviously, by then his reputation had been already hampered. But I wonder, because Rogan's always like, "Oh my god, he saved astronauts," and like people should be having parades and like celebrating. It's like, brother, no one's gonna celebrate Elon. No one's gonna celebrate Elon Musk. Doesn't matter who he rescues. After what he did with Doge, after what he did with the fucking election with Trump and shit, no one's ever gonna celebrate him. I don't personally think. My personal theory is this. I don't even think his sales in Europe will recover. That might be why they are pushing so hard for robotaxi. That's why maybe they're expanding robotaxi so much in America. Because I don't think robotaxi will ever get approved in the UK anyway or in Europe. But if it does, it'll be much later. But I think the reason why Elon and Tesla are going really full steam ahead with robotaxi and trying to get that kind of, you know, spread and trying to get that up and running as soon as possible is because that's going to be a real big money earner for them, right? Robotaxi is going to be a really big money earner. But I also think it's because they've realized worldwide sales are never going to pick up again. Especially in China, there's loads of really big, electric car competitors who are basically just undercutting themselves, like BYD. They're making cars that are way more expensive than what they're selling them for, but they're just fucking absorbing the loss. Fuck it, right? And I think in Europe, because of his affiliation with the AfD, which is essentially like a far-right, nearly a Nazi party. And, you know, in Europe, we have a very, we're very sensitive about that sort of shit. I don't think Tesla's ever going to recover in Europe. I think Tesla brand is done. Elon's fucked that brand off. So I think that might be the reason why this cyber taxi thing is going to take off pretty well, because they need to make up some of that money.
They would run me over. Which is exactly what they did. They use you and your audience to launder how they look, to launder their agenda, to simply lie to the world. But you should have seen through it, like most folks on the left saw through it. Left wing.
Big up Luke Gallup. He was a speechwriter in the DC government and a Marine. Who's that? Who are you talking about, brother? Are you talking about Luke Thomas? Are you talking about the fucking the guy for the fucking submarine? Who's the speechwriter in the Marine?
Wing journalists saw through it. It wasn't very hard. There was plenty of reason and evidence to do it. They go around those traditional media outlets because, again, there might be other problems with it, but at some point you're going to come across a journalist who's out of fucks to give and is going to hold you to account, and it's going to be combative and difficult. And they don't want to do that. Why do that when you can just go to a comedian's podcast who's going to let you have free reign, more or less, free reign, without any pushback? Real pushback. Hey, you said this, but actually, you know what? The facts, and here's my citation for it, say otherwise. There's none of that.
That's citation. Do you think these stand-up comedians know what a citation means? Outside of getting a parking ticket. Come on, man. Citation, you know. They don't know what that means.
That's why they go on Rogan. Oh, it's the size of the audience. Yeah, that's definitely great. Can you imagine how happy these wolves in the sheep den must feel? Wow, these guys have big audiences and they don't fucking question us. Why wouldn't they pick you? You need to have a look in the mirror. And you need to ask yourself, if I'm going to be interviewing politicians, it might be important to actually challenge these motherfuckers. And if you have Zoran Mamdani on, great. Challenge him. Make him work for it. Make any politician you're going to have work for it. But just getting them up there, letting them lead to you, but just getting up there, letting them lie to you, lie to your audience, and then being
surprised,
just totally gullible about the whole thing. Understand that's why you got picked.
Oh, God damn. He's not having it. He's not having it. Fair enough. Big up him. So, what's to say on that? I get it, man. I get it. I understand. I still think he's talking out both sides of his mouth. He said he wants to welcome them into the fold now that they've seen the light of day, but then he's chastising them for having that position in the first place, you know? And essentially calling them out and saying that, you know, they don't deserve to even be alive in a roundabout sense of the word. He doesn't rate them at all. So I don't think he actually believes in rehabilitating, re-educating, you know, whatever, or holding their hand and walking them down and sort of like advising them on what to do next. I don't think he really believes in that. I think he believes that they're far gone. I think a lot of people actually. That's probably the main problem in America. Probably, I think so. I think both sides think both sides are too far gone. I think the left don't really think they can have any kind of middle ground that they can meet people on the right with. And I don't think the right believe that too. That might explain why Zoran Mandani is doing so well. Because he's also like far left, right? He's a socialist. So I wonder if that's the actual way to succeed. If you're going to run, you may as well run on the far edges as opposed to like a centrist and shit. That ain't going to work. Because people don't believe in, like, you know, they don't believe in meeting people in the middle. They want people that looks, or that, you know, speaks to their interest, their self-interest, their view of the world. And if you don't speak to their view of the world, then they're going to be like, okay, cool, fuck you. We'll go to the next person. But yeah, the lack of unity and shit is kind of disappointing and sad, because really and truly, the deep state, the people who are really in charge, they always get away with it. All of this infighting, all of this pointing of the finger, really inevitably just leads to the degradation of society and the world at large, because the people who are really responsible, the people who are really pulling the strings, are never held to account. And we're seeing it play out in 4K with the Epstein thing. We're seeing it play out in full 4K because, make no mistake, if the Dems were in charge and Epstein killed himself, we would be in the same position we're in now. We'll be in the same position we're in right fucking now. So that's a sad place to be in. I hope there is a great awakening. I hope we do get to a point where, you know, people start to realize that, you know, we're all in this together. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I really don't think so. I think we're way too divided for that, which is really fucking sad, man. Really, really, really fucking sad. But again, what do I know, brothers and sisters? Not much. I don't know much. Talking about not knowing much. Bear me 1 second. I'm going to quickly make a little cup of coffee. Bear me 1 second. I'm going to quickly make a cup of coffee. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe before we move on to the next thing. But bear with me uno secundo. Let me just quickly put coffee in the fucking stove. Appreciate you. Back. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We'll turn on the light here. Cool. Let's do this. Big up everybody in the stream chat. 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 Appreciate you. Let's go. So, let's switch over a little bit to some news regarding Cesar Pena and potentially DJ Envy. Do you guys remember time ago, the story went viral about DJ Envy and Cesar Pena, who were both involved in this flipping housing scheme. I think it was a trend that happened around COVID time when people were looking ways to make money. And there was these opportunities where entrepreneurs and scammers were basically doing this thing of flipping houses where they'd buy dilapidated houses, do them up, and of course flip them or get people to rent them. And obviously some bad characters came in who basically turned them into Ponzi schemes where they'd buy a property, they'd get several people to invest in that property, but then they'd use that money from that property to buy other ones and then use that money to pay off the other people, aka the Ponzi scheme. So it quickly turned into a scam. At first, it did start off as an option for people to get money, for people to secure loans, for people to basically get themselves out of poverty and change their circumstances and acquire some wealth, you know, maybe help their fucking, net worth or whatever go up. But eventually the scammers got a hold of it and it ended up being a big scam that unfortunately targeted a lot of people who are vulnerable or targeted people from minority communities who maybe didn't have the education, didn't have the information, or were just trying to support somebody that looked like them. That's why I think this case is perverse, because I get the feeling that Cesar Pena and DJ Envy exploited the fact that they look a certain way to speak to a certain audience. Right, to speak to like the Hispanic, Latino community, maybe some black people, because they trusted them because of course DJ Envy is on the radio and Cesar Pena basically looks like somebody that they probably are related to. So they took advantage of that trust and essentially scammed a lot of people out of their money. I think the scam also involves seminars, if I'm not mistaken. I think they also had like flipping, I think it's called Flipping NJ, Flipping New Jersey. They had seminars that they also did where they allegedly tell people or teach them how to get on the property market or the real estate market, as you call it there in America, and then kind of, increase your property portfolio that way. Well, they were found out to be, of course, fake and shit and fraudsters. They got charged. And now the news coming out recently, Bergen County real estate influencer indicted in a massive investment fraud scheme. So far, I think Cesar Pena and his wife are the ones who have been indicted. There's no mention of DJ Envy yet. I think DJ Envy in the lawsuit is listed as defendant or like as defendant 1 or something number 1. So I'm not too sure if they're going to view Envy as a victim or a perpetrator. I'm not too sure just yet. But so far the news is that, Cesar Pena has been charged. And they're going to move forward with the whole case and probably take it to court very soon. So this is courtesy of NorthJersey.com. It says a Bergen County real estate influencer faces 24 lawsuits indicted by the federal grand jury this week in a multi-million-dollar investment scheme. Cesar Pena of Franklin Lakes, known as Flipping NJ on social media, is charged with running a multi-million-dollar Ponzi-like fraud, conspiring to launder that's the other part of it, the drug proceeds, by the way. Drug proceeds, laundering money represented to be drug proceeds as part of a sting operation, and bribing New Jersey politicians. U.S. Attorney Alina Habab said in a press release. Charges against Pena include 2 counts of wire fraud, 1 count of money laundering conspiracy, 2 counts of money laundering, and 1 count of bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds. So I'm assuming he was probably had a couple of local New Jersey-based politicians in his pocket to approve certain things, to maybe fast-track certain things regarding properties, which I think happens anyway in legitimate cases. but it must be fucking crazy illegitimate cases, you know? You kind of fuck up everybody else when you start running games like this. The press release did not name the public official who allegedly was bribed, and the U.S. Attorney's Office did not immediately return a call or email for comment. The charges, bribery, and drug proceeds are new allegations. By the way, I'm sure people will find out anyway. I'm sure there's a picture floating around of this politician with this public official standing in picture with Cesar Pena. I'm sure people know who that is, especially the local community. Pena allegedly paid the city official with cash checks, campaign contributions, and bogus real estate commissions in exchange for the official's influence on the Patterson's zoning board to get approvals to convert long vacant school buildings on Total Avenue into 60 apartments, the indictment said. Jesus Christ, honestly, the real estate game is rigged, isn't it? The real estate game is full of so many scammers, so many fucking cheats and shit. Wow. The official took the bribes for help in getting the housing development proposal on the zoning board's agenda for efforts to secure votes for passage of the project. Pena was arrested in October. His wife, Jennifer Itrudel Pena, was indicted the month on charges of destroying evidence related to the case. Itruda Pena was named in several lawsuits along with Rashawn Casey, a popular DJ known as DJ Envy. They are accused of defrauding people out of potential millions of dollars. So DJ Envy could end up going to prison. He probably end up pleading out, right? Most likely, but he's in big trouble, man. And the wife as well. I think when they eventually went to raid their house, when they went to arrest them, I think the story goes that she started smashing up their phones with hammers, allegedly. Like when the police arrived to destroy the evidence, I guess containing those phones, she just took a fucking sledgehammer to them. So the wife was deeply, deeply involved. Many of the lawsuits, and again, to be fair, when you're a criminal, you probably should make your wives aware. It's twofold, right? If you make your partner aware, you run the risk of, if you have kids, you both go into prison and then your kids go to care. But if you make them involved, they can also look out for you because they are loyal to you. You know, they're going to go down with a ship, you'd hope, right? They're going to go down with a ship. So they might be willing to take a charge. They might be willing to destroy some evidence. You know, they might, you know what I mean? They're going to do that sort of shit for you. So I'm not too sure where I stand on that sort of thing. Maybe it's best to probably just not involve them at all. So they have somebody. So if you do get locked up as a guy, you know your kids are looked after. But it can be difficult, isn't it? When you're running such a fucking high level fraud, maybe you need some help to scam. Fucking crazy. Many of the lawsuits allege that the individuals who invested in the Penas were promised returns of up to 20 to 45% within 5 months. Some people never saw a dime of what they gave the Penas. I've read online that in the property developing game, that those percentages are crazy anyway. I think on average, people maybe can promise 5 to 10%, but not 30. I think that was his sweet spot. Allegedly, his number that he liked to tell people in terms of returns was 30%. And most property people would say that's not possible. Maybe 5 to 10, but you can't guarantee 30. Another quote here says, Cesar Pena alleged to have misappropriated millions of dollars of people's hard-earned money, laundered money for narcotic traffickers, and bribed politicians to furtherance of real estate projects. You know what's really funny? When I was watching this, or when I was following this really closely, I remember a big part of this was that somebody got a hold of his emails or something like that. And guess what they found out via his emails? They found out that most of the money went to fucking ordering DoorDash. Like he'd order it like 5 times a day. Which makes sense because Cesar Pena is super, super fat. But he'd like be ordering DoorDash like every day. Like I think there was one particular order that he did where he ordered like parts of a meal from like 3 different places. So he liked the wings at one place, then he liked the burger at another place, then he liked the dessert at another place, and he got all them to order it all at once. I was like, fucking hell, bro. So unfortunately for people that got defrauded, a lot of their money went towards that. A lot of their money went towards paying for fucking crumble cookies and shit. She said that Pena's torrent of criminal activities hurt investors across the country, allowed narcotic traffic, and undermined confidence in our public officials. Leveraging his social media prominence, it is alleged that Cesar Pena provided services for narcotic traffickers, bribed government officials, and defrauded unsuspecting investors out of millions of dollars, all for personal gain, says Special Agent Charge Jennifer L. Piovesan. of the IRS Criminal Investigation at the Newark Field Office. Several of Pena's alleged victims spoke out in November 2023, with some saying the schemes caused their lives to fall apart. One of the victims, Stanley Acosta, went into deep debt because of Pena's broken promises and was in the middle of a divorce. Jesus Christ. Another victim had to sell his car rental business, order vehicles, and took out home equity line of credit on his house to try and recoup his losses. God almighty. God almighty. The Penas themselves have filed a lawsuit against a consumer lending company, Bribe LLC. Oh, fuck off. In the filing on October 18th, the Penas and the LLC say Pride Funding participated in predatory loan practices. Shirley Ortiz, so they're trying to say that they were victims too. Oh, honestly, what a scumbag defense. I always wondered, like, if you're a fraudster and you get caught in something like this, surely you owe it to the people that you defrauded and promised, to their faces without blinking that you're going to help them out. Surely you at least owe them a quick fucking trial, You just owe them to be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm guilty. No, Nundy's not guilty, please. No, I mean, just admit what you did. You got caught. Fucking hell. Cheryl Ortiz, a New Jersey special agent in charge with the Drug Enforcement Administration, said that Pena used his social media presence to expand his criminal activities rather for the betterment of society. Pena would face significant time in prison, hefty fines if he's convicted. A court date has not been scheduled. Pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy situations, all things included. Pretty crazy. Be okay with Moses. DJV's wife cannot go down with the ship. Her wardrobe makes Slow Joe look like a homeless shelter. Yeah, true. I remember that. She got some stuff. She got some things. She's got some things. Big up Coder Chrome. Best not to tell them, I think your wife or whatever. Best not to tell them so they don't go to prison as well. Someone has to raise the chombies like Slow Joe. The chombies is hilarious. Big up everybody in the stream chat. I appreciate you. So yeah, that's what's happening. Let's see what happens with them. Let's see what happens with them. Big up them. By them, I mean them. You know who I mean. You know who I mean. Let's move on. And let's go over to Kyle Kalinske. Kyle Kalinske enjoys dunking on these comedians. He enjoys reminding people that they're all idiots. He enjoys reminding the viewers and the fans of some of these guys like myself that we are also idiots. And he's a really aggressive hater of fucking Elon. No, of fucking Rogan. He's an aggressive Joe Rogan hater. So I always love listening to him because his rants are funny. You can tell that he hates Rogan to the core, right? To his core, he fucking detests Rogan. So let's listen to him speak. This video is titled Alex Jones and Tim Dillon Cope Hard over Trump's Epstein betrayal. And this is interesting because he has been quite nice to Tim Dillon because Tim's kind of, been one of the only comedians to kind of question a lot of the comedy held beliefs and narratives that run within stand-up comedy podcast world. He was also very clear that he didn't want to interview politicians and stuff on his platform for the most part, or Trump specifically. He went to avoid that shit. He avoided going to the, what's the thing called? When the inauguration. So, you gotta rate Tim Dillon for that. He's maybe a little bit too black-pilled in some cases, right? He's maybe a little bit too black-pilled in some cases, but overall, I think Tim Dillon's a good egg. Let's hear what he has to say anyway. Let's hear Kyle Kalinske rant.
So the first day after it was announced that the Epstein files were not going to be released, you saw a genuine crisis in MAGA where they were trying to figure out what to do, trying to figure out how to navigate this, trying to make sense of the world. Like everything was sort of flipped upside down for them in that moment where they thought, here's this guy who's going to expose all the deep state pedophiles. And now it turns out, if anything, he's protecting them.
To be fair, though, like, it makes sense why they're distraught. Because there was a time when Trump was drain the swamp guy. He doesn't say it anymore, but there was a time when Trump wasn't as politically experienced, where he was coming in new, and he was drain the swamp guy. It changed very quickly, but he was drain the swamp guy.
Gee, I wonder why he's protecting them. But, one of the things that struck me in the moment is, oh yeah, they're definitely pissed. But wait for it, because every other time there's been a scandal where Trump is to blame, they somehow find a way to weasel their way out of saying the correct thing, which is Trump is to blame. I'm against him now. Now I'm going to like make that part of my political project is to crusade against this charlatan. They never do that. Alex Jones was literally crying on air the night in the first term when Trump bombed Syria. He was crying on air saying Trump betrayed us. And then within a week, he was back riding Trump's nuts. Well, we're already beginning to see that happen with these Epstein files. So watch this. So Alex Jones comes out and says, now this is after a day or two of scrambling, admittedly, where they don't know what to say. They don't know what to do. Some people are starting to blame Trump. Others are not going that far, but saying, I don't like this, right? Alex Jones comes out and says, President Trump now claims the Epstein list is real, but the Democrats have doctored it. This is the mother of all scandals. So here's what he says. Watch.
As you know, I just call balls and strikes. And after years of saying they will release the Epstein file or list, suddenly they're not going to, and we're told it doesn't exist. But then Trump comes out last night and says, well, it does exist, but the Democrats had control of it, manipulated it, which is actually true. They've had control, but they would destroy anything they didn't want in there and leave what they wanted in there that their investigators could plant. So people say, well, then whose side are you on? This is a giant fiasco. I'm trying to call balls and strikes. I'm trying to look at every angle of this and understand what's happening, understand why the Trump administration did a 180 last
Yo, big up Gamebred Footballer, Wild One G. Big up Gamebred Footballer in the stream chat.
few months, and particularly last week, and did this, and then blames loyal supporters who support the overall agenda as being traitorous for doing this. Now, we all know what triggered this. It was Elon 2 months ago saying, look, Trump's in the list, and that big break up there, and then Trump wants it closed. He wants it shut down, which looks extremely, extremely incriminating. But from all of my deep research, never saw Trump involved in any illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein.
His deep research.
Come on.
Your deep research missed the audio tape of Jeffrey Epstein saying I was Trump's best friend for a decade. You missed that, huh?
Come on.
You missed the over 30 sexual assault allegations against Trump. You missed him on tape saying he grabs women by the pussy. Quote, he doesn't even wait. He doesn't wait for consent is what that means.
Come on. Yo, big up Gamebred Footballer. Yeah, no, you can't gift on your phone. You can only gift on desktop, unfortunately. They haven't made that feature you can gift on your phone, only on desktop.
Missed the reporting that the first time Trump and Melania had sex was on the Lolita Express, which was Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile.
Don't worry about it. It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it. Chill, enjoy, chill. Don't worry about it. Relax, enjoy yourself.
Jet. You missed the reporting of the Epstein and Trump victim who said that both...
Yeah, no worry, 10 toes. I'll leave it up. The Taz one, I took it down because the quality was shit. I was dozing in and out. I think I was rambling and I was sleepy. I didn't get enough sleep. I've been training a bunch, so that's why the previous Taz has gone. But I'm going to redo it later anyway.
Epstein and Trump played some sort of weird sexual assault game with her where they would, toss her back and forth between them and do various degrading things to her. You missed all this. You missed all this in your deep research. Oh my God. See, this is what I'm saying, man. They always find a way, right? They always find a way. Now he...
One sec. Let me quick get my coffee. All right, we're ready to rock. Ready to rock. Coffee in hand. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good morning to everybody. Wherever you may be, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Random show settings. Day number 14 of 31. We're fast approaching the halfway point. Day number 14 of 31. They thought we could never do it. They thought we could never be here, but we're here. Day 14 of 31 of the Random Show. Get in, get locked in. Thank you for being here with me. Smash the like button. Get involved in the chat. Let's hang out. Let's vibe.
He's finding a way to make his way back to Trump, to excuse Trump, and to make it seem like, well, wait a second, obviously the Democrats would doctor it if they had access to the Epstein files, so now Trump's not releasing it. Probably the only reason he's not releasing it is because they planted stuff on him in there that wasn't there, and they took out the stuff that made them look bad. I mean, this is, like, you can see him still trying to hold on to the shreds of, like, enough to appease the base. Like, you can still see that going on, like, oh, Trump's not handling this well, but then comes the immense cope.
So we are simply here tracking this case, not choosing a side, not wanting to make things be what we want them to be, but simply looking at the facts. But
that's literally exactly what he's doing. He's trying to make this what he wants it to be, which is somehow Democrats are to blame.
I dropped the ball. I didn't even think about like, oh yeah, if they've had the list and they've had the files for years, the Democrats would take stuff out, destroy it. Well, that's obvious. They would leave in and twist and put in what they wanted. They have a long history of false documents, reports, Crossfire Hurricane, the list goes on and on. January 6th. So we've got to investigate this. We've got to keep open minds about this on all angles. But this is the big story. And this has put the Trump administration into a mega massive crisis. And Trump at press conferences and the rest of us saying, don't ask questions, triggers the ultimate Streisand effect, and it's insane. So I don't know where in the world they're coming up with that plan.
All right, so there you have it. I gotta hand it to him. This one was clever. Didn't see this one coming. The Democrats actually doctored it, and that's why he doesn't want to release it. It's not that he's in the files and it's so obvious that there's like 1,000 pictures of.
Big up Gamebird. Any chin cooking on his new gay grill? Nah, not yet. No new chin at the moment. We're gonna wait until he pops out with a new video. It seems like he's quite busy. He's been slowing down with the vlog output. I'm assuming because he moved recently, probably getting settled. And maybe he hasn't got any friends just yet, but no new chin just yet.
Of him with Jeffrey Epstein, and they were pedo criminals together. It can't be that. No, it's definitely not that. His deep research, he didn't find anything. All right, so now we got another one here. Here's Tim Dillon. Man, I expected better from Tim. I must say, I know it's naive, but I expected better from Tim, but he gives us this crock of shit here.
I think Trump knows they'll kill him. I think Trump knows that they'll kill him. I think he does. Truly. I believe he knows that. I believe he knows that the people that killed all of those people would find a way to kill him if this came out. I believe that he knows that. I believe he believes that some faction of those people tried to kill him already. Don't quite know who. But I believe that is what he believes.
I think Ye might know who. I think Ye might know who those people are.
Don't know that. I don't have any information on that. Like I can't tell you, like, it's not like like someone told me that. I don't know what else evidence-wise you would need. I think Trump likes living. I think he's got a lot of good things about him and some bad things, but I don't know that he's a selfless hero.
So now the cope is, well, he would release the Epstein files, but he knows that if he does, they will kill him. Who's they? The deep state? He appointed everybody in the now deep state.
Let's be fair though. Come on. There's some truth to that though, isn't it? Let's be fair. Let's not throw it out completely. Maybe it is slightly cope, but there is an element, maybe potentially, of truth, of the fact that there are some powers to be. There are some people out there who have way more, who are probably the actual puppet masters, who are actually pulling the strings, who are actually in charge, who could potentially take that guy out. They tried once. They may have tried once before, unless you believe that was like a rogue person trying to take him out by himself. Like, unless you believe that nonsense. So clearly it's possible.
It's all him now. It's all his people. Who's gonna kill him?
Come on
really,
now.
Tim? It's not obvious to you that even just if you knew nothing about this case, just by the way Trump is acting, wouldn't you say, yeah, I don't know, man. He looks like he's guilty. He looks like he's trying to hide something, right?
To be fair, the real warning sign was what Elon said. That's the real warning sign. Elon saying that Trump was in the Epstein files, that's why they're not going to release them, was what really fucking ruined our chances of getting a hold of those files. Because I think that's the truth. The truth is Trump's on those lists. Maybe it had nothing to do with him being murdered. The truth is he's on that list. He doesn't want anyone to know he's on that list. Hence why they're never going to come out. That's really the truth of it.
It obviously is that he's in the files. He's all over the files. That's why he's not releasing it. Because he's in them, and also he's friends with a lot of the other people who'd be taken down by this. Like, that's what it is. It's not, oh, he would do the heroic thing, but he knows that they'll kill him, so they've checkmated him. Like, and by the way, in like the mythos of Trump, isn't that the kind of fight that Trump would love to take on? Like, I know they're going to try to kill me, but I'm going to stand up to them. Because then what was the point? From a MAGA perspective, what was the point of the guy who's going to take on the deep state, but the second he feels threatened, I give up? like what is that?
Because it's a lot scarier when you're there than when you're not in there. Come on, Karkaliski, be fair. Saying you're going to challenge a deep state is one thing. Then when you're in power and you actually can challenge them and you find out what they can do to you, or they give you a sign, give you an example of what they can do to you, it can spook you. It can spook the best of us. So I don't think that's fair.
So now we got blame the Democrats, they doctor the files, and we got Trump knows they're going to kill him, which is why he's not releasing it. What we don't have from Alex Jones and Tim Dillon is obviously Trump's in the fucking files. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? His hands are all over those shits. Like, I don't get it. How you can... these people have been online for a long time. Well, every time there's, like, one of the 158 pictures of Trump and Epstein, do you cover your eyes and ears and go, la, 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 never see it, don't know what it is, don't know what you're talking about, la, 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 la. Like, the first thing that came to your mind wasn't, I don't know, he seems kind of guilty. Apparently not. Apparently not. It's such fucking cope. It's such cope. All right, let me give you some more. Brett Weinstein says, the revelations of the past few days don't change whether I trust Trump as a person. Oh, okay. What we just learned is that dealing with the Epstein operation is above the president's pay grade. Oh, okay. I'm sure that's what you'd be saying if a Democrat failed on this. You'd be saying the exact same thing. Doesn't mean I don't trust them. Well, it should. It should mean that. Scott Adams says, must be some juicy and dangerous stuff in those files. But I don't feel the need to be a backseat driver on this topic. 4 leaders I trust said it's time to let it go. They want what is best for America, and they have their reasons. I don't need to check their work. Oh, that is the worst cope I've ever seen in my life. I trust these people. I believe these people. I don't need to check their work. Whatever nonsense they shovel in my mouth, I will swallow with pride. That's what I'll do.
Ew.
So this is just a little taste, bro, but let me tell you, I don't know if you're truly prepared for what's to come. I don't know if you're truly prepared for what's to come, y'all. Because within the first day or two, you saw a little rumble. You saw MAGA getting kind of pissed off. But if you pay close attention, they're going, Pam Bondi, you screwed Trump over. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, you screwed Trump over. But now, I think the cope that many of them are going to land on is either the Alex Jones line or the Tim Dillon line. I think that'll be where most of them settle. Is that like, wait, what? Maybe the Democrats did actually doctor those files, and that's why Trump doesn't want to release it, because now they're fake, and they have fake stuff about him in there, and they took out all the bad stuff about the Democrats. It's either going to be that, or it's going to be, Trump's scared for his life because the deep state is going to kill him if he does it, and he's already done so much for us. That and just blame Pam Bondi, fire Pam Bondi, she's the problem.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I don't know. I think discounting anything nowadays is just folly. It's just foolishness. Don't discount anything. Don't rule out anything until given a clear example, of things being ruled out. That's what I'd say. Don't rule out anything. Consider all things. Consider all fucking things. That'll be my conclusion on this matter. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Smash the like, hit subscribe. Join. Become a member. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month. 500 by the end of the month. We're already, what are we like, 155? 154. We got everybody out there. Appreciate ya. Let's go. Okay, let's switch over to the Schaub, to the T-Fat K subreddit, Schaub. And then we'll go to a Schaub show for a little bit. Let's switch over. Let's see what I missed. What did I miss? Let's do Let's do this. What's that? POV of a female comedian. Jesus Christ. POV of a female comedian trying to leave the green room. Fucking hell. This is brutal. Look at the person that made this meme. It's Callum with his hands up at the mothership. You're gonna love this. We're just gonna go get this out of the way. You're going to be my girlfriend now. Classic Callan line. Classic rapist line from the Los Angeles Times. Classic. Jesus Christ. You're gonna love this. Oh, mate. Honestly, what a fucking legend. What a fucking legend. What's the thing called? We got Shades Cow. What if something in those files jeopardizes what just happened with Iran? What are the international political implications? Yeah, exactly. There's so much at stake, but that's the thing though. No one cares what's at stake if a bunch of kids were abused. If some of the most, because essentially this is more of a question of like the rule of law, right? Because if this was regular people, this list would have got published time ago. But because it involves powerful people, they're making all the excuses under the sun to release it. So it's like, no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to make these excuses. You don't get to change the rules, change the law to help your fucking friends. Like, everybody gets dealt with the same way. And what we're seeing in real time is that's not the case. Big up. Can I still send memberships offline when I was finished? Yeah, you can. Case of Gamebred Footballer. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the description underneath. I think it's the first link. Buy a membership. Click that link and you can get one easily there after the fact. Big up Shades Cow. It's just about midnight where I am. I just got home. Appreciate AZ. No worries. I'm happy to help. Happy to provide some background listening. Big up Meza Rod, sorry. It's just going to keep on happening, just different players. Exactly, Meza Rod. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Next one. Talking about Green Room Diaries. Let's see this one.
What Schultz did differently than he does his stand-up. Like his stand-up, he'll say something really funny and let it sit. So it's even funnier. Yeah.
But it's like they're all new jokes just for whole. And it was damn, it's really funny.
He does that everywhere he goes.
I know.
He did that in Abu Dhabi. Or Dubai. Really? Yeah, in Dubai. He came up with a different style. He's so smart. He had jokes only about Dubai.
Come support your boy in the summer. It's Trash Panda Tour.
By the way, look at how you could tell he was drunk, innit? Look at how glassy his eyes used to look. Look at how glassy his eyes. That's like the pure whiskey stage, innit? I miss that era, man. His eyes used to look so glassy. So glassy.
So come get some. So I do the Green Room Diaries, and I write a joke in the green room and then perform it at the top of every show just for that certain city. And the next day on the 27th is the Thick Mudder.
Wow, what an era. I forgot about the Thick Mudders. I forgot about the Tough Mudder era. Brendan being an assault course racer. Fuck, he's had so many reinventions, isn't it? This guy's had so many fucking reinventions. So many identities. Rogan talking about Schultz like he fucking is a neurologist or something, right? An astrophysicist, because he tells unique jokes at each location that he goes at, as if that's like a thing that never happened previously. Rogan's got to relax, man. Rogan's got to rein it in a bit as well. Rogan really fucking gassing up fucking Schultz. He's so smart. He goes to all these different locations and then he does jokes specifically tailored to that look. It's like, what? Come on, man. Come on. But I guess in Rogan's mind, Schultz invented Green Room Diaries. Another one, BC at it again. Big up Brian Campbell, the CEO of fucking Chang's. Big up Brian Campbell. He's a legend.
Say gimmicky submissions, are you referencing the McKenzie team?
That's also, yes, that's another guy. He didn't have the ability to methodically set it up. He could just jump and then clamp. And that's you, dude. You can beat a lot of guys with a quick clamp. It's actually very, very effective. You get my point.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the penalty for it is a point and/or a DQ. It's not, oh, he's not intelligently defending himself.
Yeah.
Building height is intelligent defense. Period.
Yeah, something Joe Rogan has really never worked on at all, Luke, to be fair. We got Dana White reacting to the stop.
He got him. I love when BC breaks Luke, because Luke is also always super serious. Makes himself out to be very smart. Takes his work very seriously. Wants to say things with intent. Wants to kind of affect change. Whatever. But BC's always been a silly, loosey goose. So it's always good to have that balance. I like it. I like when he breaks Luke. Luke will try his hardest not to laugh, not to fucking get involved in the fucking skits and bits, but he eventually does break. I fucking love it when he makes him break. I love it. C-clamp. So quick, man. C-clamp. Let's move on. Let's do... Oh, yeah, I can't talk. Oh, brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. I can't talk. The zoom in at fucking Conor's crown jewels is fucking hilarious, by the way. I'm sure some of you guys already seen that, right? Azalea Banks sharing that image of Conor McGregor's crown jewels on Twitter that he was sending her via the DMs. Fucking crazy, by the way. Another one. What's that? Yeah, let's do Slow Joe. Big up Slow Joe. What's she talking about? What's she talking about?
He did not, Bren did not kill the tarantula because I was far away from it. I told him to kill it, but he said that the guts would be too much to clean up. And also trying to step on that thing would have been wild. Like, it was so big. Anyway, we put it on like a little thing like that you broom with, like the little, I don't know how to say it in English, but those.
I don't have to say in English. Bitch, you were born in California. You sound like a Kardashian. I don't have to say in English. She reminds me of, what's that fucking guy's wife? Hilaria Baldwin. She reminds me of that. Hilaria Baldwin, right? Who fucking fakes that she's from Spain. How do you say in English? Cebolla. I don't have to say in English, man. Get out of here, man. I don't have to say it in English.
And we threw it in the empty lot next to our house. Hopefully it doesn't come back. And yes, we do have pest control. They come every 4 weeks because, again, we live in Jumanji. We got...
Actually, you know what I think is happening, actually? I wonder if because they moved to Texas... Slow Joe is now adopting a more Mexican persona. I wonder if that's what's happening. Maybe that's why she said, I don't have to say that in English. I wonder if maybe in Texas, she pretends or she acts, she kind of plays up or acts up, whatever the term is. She sort of acts up on it and pretends to be way more Mexican or leans into it as she did in LA. Maybe in LA, she was more Persian, more white, more European, and then we go to Texas, she's like, yeah, I'm from Mexico. My parents are from Guadalajara. And now that's why she's suddenly forgetting English words.
Scorpions, we got centipedes, we got tarantula hawks. And now I see why the tarantula hawks are flying around, because the damn tarantulas are real. They live where I live. It's not cool.
Living a life like this and thinking that anybody cares about you like this is really interesting, isn't it? Like, she generally thinks she's a celebrity. Like, you're married to Brendan Schaub. I know he might be like, infamous, right? He's not very, well liked in that respect. That might be one thing, but come on, lady, come on. No one cares about your trenches. No one cares about your experience. No one cares. But she thinks people really do care. Or maybe they do. Maybe she has a whole legion of fans out there. To be fair, like, she did have that fake fan page, right? That they used to post pictures about her, which now is gone. But, I haven't seen it been updated in a while. But I don't even know why she shares this stuff with us. Like, why do we need to know this stuff? Another example though of like them not doing their research. I feel like they're finding out all this stuff about their house. They're finding out all this stuff about where they live recently, you know? They're finding it out now. They're finding it out as they live there. But I don't think any of them knew about, you know, anything about Texas. They didn't know nothing about their area. They didn't know. They didn't have any understanding of what to expect. They just walked into it completely blind, which is why they're like, "Oh my god, there's tarantulas, there's insects." It's like, didn't you like research that prior? Didn't you fucking hang out in the area and get a vibe of the place and shit? Didn't you ask friends? Didn't you watch YouTube videos about people who moved to Austin recently? I'm sure that's a big thing too. I'm sure nowadays, especially with politics being the way it is, there's a bunch of YouTube people making content about, yeah, hey, get ready with me while I move from this place to this place. You could have easily got an understanding of your, you know, of your new home then through that type of thing. But these guys are all the same, innit? Her and Brent, that's why they're fucking such a good match. Because they just walk into things blind. Next. What's it? Next on the list. Soul searching in the garage. What's it saying? What's she saying here? Soul searching.
Remember, like 2.5 weeks ago, there was a tarantula hawk that was in my backyard that was like this big. Those things hunt.
Big up Shades Cow. I could be wrong, but I think you're gonna find more affluent Mexicans or Hispanics in Texas. In California, they'll pick the fields. No, I'm not saying they're not affluent. I'm just saying that I wonder if she plays up her Mexican heritage more that she's in Texas than when she was in LA. Which is why she's saying, I forgot the word. I don't know what the word is in English. You know? When her first language is basically English, not Spanish. Because she's born in fucking America. I wonder if that's how she... Because you don't really hear much of the Spanish in her voice, accent or anything. So I wonder if she's playing it up because there's a lot more white people. I guess there's a lot of white people there anyway. Of course there's Mexicans too because it's close to the border. But I wonder if she feels more Mexican in Texas than she did in LA. And I think so. Even though it doesn't make no sense, I would imagine she probably does fit, especially within her circles of like rich people. She probably feels way more Mexican because they're very white over there. So maybe she feels, you know, she feels like where she's from, if that makes any sense.
Tarantulas. I thought maybe there is no tarantulas. I was wrong. Today, that tarantula took my soul. I'm still looking for it in the garage. I've never yelled.
Is that a G-Wagon or is that not a G? That doesn't look like a G-Wagon to me. So I wonder if they sold their G-Wagon. Maybe that was used as part of the way to raise money for the fucking move. By the way, look at those lips. They've been plumped up nicely, innit? I think they're still. I think the money saved has gone into some lip plumping, some maintenance, some lip maintenance.
So loud in my entire life. I almost stepped on it because I was looking at something. And when I went down to pick up Boston's shoes, that thing was like this, the size of my hand, like curled the size of my hand, and I freaked out. I don't know if to burn the house down, move, or just get over it. Still don't know what to do.
Great, man. Thanks for the story. Thanks for the update, babes. Don't share it again. Please don't share it again. Please don't share it again. Please don't share it again. Big up her. Big up her. Next one. What else we got here that I missed out on? What else we got here that I missed out on? Big up everybody in the stream chat. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. All that good shit. Me Racer.
Not a racer.
Yeah, me racer.
Now?
Me racer.
Well, okay.
Hello?
Hey. Jesus.
Emergency call. SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
One more time. That was too good. That was too good. One more time.
Not a racer.
Yeah, me racer.
Now?
Me racer.
Well, okay.
Hello? Hey.
Starting emergency call to the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
So good, so fucking good, so fucking good, man. Cool. Next one. What's we got here? We did that. We did this. Men in bras we did yesterday. I'm pretty sure we did men in bras yesterday. I need to open the window. It's getting warm again. I said the fucking coffee. Fucking hell. What else have we got here? Papa Shrine we did already as well. Psycho Tim we did that as well, didn't we? No, Psycho Tim. No, this is the first one. Psycho Tim, aka Batman. Psycho Tim, aka Batman, tells his son-in-law he should be willing to kill a family of 5 to protect his daughter, Fangham. Okay, what? Honestly, these guys, man, and their fucking weird fantasies. Let's play this. What?
But it's like, but then you fall in love with the new version. Sure. Like the dude that she fell in love with. He's a great dude. And I texted him last week. I also told him as I said, he said he would die for my daughter. And I was like, yeah, like anybody can die.
Yeah.
You know, my dog would die for my daughter, but would you kill a family of 5 for my daughter? Would you be standing on a boat and watch 5 people fall off one side, my daughter fall off the other side, and you watch the 5 people drowned while you're swimming to save my daughter? Like, that's my expectation.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. This reminds me of like Gary Vee. Remember Gary Vee? That's my guy, but Gary Vee had a similar thing where he'd be like, my drive is like, what's Gary Vee's thing? Gary Vee's like, I want to see my family die. What's Gary Vee thing again? Gary Vee family die motivation. Let's see if I can find it. His one was really disturbing too. Like, why do these guys have this weird motivation about people closest and near them dying? Where is it? Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one, right? If they just died. If they died. Yeah, there you go. Here, that's the one there. Imagine. It's so weird. That's the video. This is the one. This is the one. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Smash the like, hit subscribe.
I mean, it's so much more like easier to say like, oh, it's just perspective, but like on the daily when things are happening and I don't know, you're in the middle of doing something, let's say for your business.
Who do you love the most in the world?
My family.
Good. Who in your family? Pick one.
All of them.
You're very politically correct. Cool. Every day, like literally once a day, genuinely sit there for 5 minutes and make pretend one of them got shot in the face.
What? He's the best, honestly. What?
I'm being dead serious with you. Every single day, I said this today earlier, I probably once a week to 4 times a week sit there truly in the shower, on a flight, when I wake up. Some people meditate, right? Some people work out, right? To deal with whatever anxieties or thoughts they have. I actually sit and truly try to convince myself that I have lost one of the 5 most important people in my life, and that is the biggest thing I do that leads to the biggest happiness I have.
Keep grinding, motherfucker. Mom died in a freak accident. Keep grinding. Dad dies in a car crash. Keep grinding. Siblings die in a house fire. Keep grinding. Auntie passes away because a lift fucking dropped to the ground floor from the 12th floor. Keep grinding. Uncle passes away from getting run over. Keep grinding. Grind. Hustle. Hustle. Your cat dies. Keep grinding. Dog dies. Keep grinding. Yeah, exactly. Black American. Good. Good.
Like, what? You didn't sell enough earrings today? Like, seriously though, people lack perspective. It's actually remarkably easy if it becomes the way you see the world. Like what? What? Like, we have completely lost perspective as a society. Do you know how many people on earth have it way worse than you? Billions.
Keep grinding, motherfucker. We grind hard.
I have one question that I wanted to ask you, and first of all, thank you on the same basis of him for giving me a framework to life, and also making me feel not crazy with how much time I wanted to spend on my music and whatnot.
You know what's really crazy to me, just as how I heard that? I actually think there's nothing the four of you could be doing that's crazy, given how old you are. I really fucking believe that. I actually think nothing anybody does under 35 is crazy.
To be fair, right, as GAY as this is, early on this kind of helped. I've got all these books as well. I'm not gonna lie. Early on this shit helped, especially when you're like a procrastinator, a perfectionist, all this sort of nonsense. Having someone like this just tell you to just keep going and just put shit out. Don't overthink it. You got one life. All this sort of shit. It can really help. I'm not gonna lie. It can help. It can help. Like I needed it. Like it was actually pretty helpful. But then once you start to do stuff, you don't really need to watch him anymore. It's sort of like, you know, there are people that need to watch this sort of stuff to get that dopamine hit to make them do stuff or to make them try to take that action. But once you take the action of doing things, you end up not watching him as much. So I don't think I've watched a Gary Vee video in years. Like, but I used to be obsessed with these videos. I used to watch all these vlogs, all of these fucking lectures and shit. I used to watch all of them shits. But now I'm not so much because, you know, you're busy doing what you're meant to be doing. But in the beginning, it kind of does help it. But now looking back, now watching him with fresh eyes, you're like, this is a bit GAY, innit? This is some nonsense. But, you know, at the time, it kind of works.
I think it's practical to scratch every itch early on because you don't have any rationale or reason to create restrictions for yourself like family and financial debt outside of college. That's why I hate college debt. I think it eliminates your freedom. You know, it eliminates your freedom. If you have a child or you buy something, you limit yourself. Or you have a partner. There's three variables that can start pulling from a place where you can't be 100% selfish around your happiness graph, which is you have to have empathy for your partner, you have to parent, or you have to pay a bill.
What are some of your daily habits that you do?
But I do think it helps, right? I do think it helps because he's a bit of a hot air machine, right? He's a bit of a hot air machine, but I think it does help that he actually does run an ad agency, you know, essentially. I think it helps that he has a business, so he's not reliant on this. Because I think if he was reliant on being motivational guy, rah-rah guy, I think there'd be a lot more skullduggery involved. There'd be a lot more scamming involved. But because this is like his thing that he does for himself to make, you know, money, yeah, don't get me wrong, but most of for notoriety and shit. But then he actually has like a business that he runs or like a business that he kind of, you know, operates and shit. And where people work 9 to 5 every day, like a proper one. I think that helps to keep him somewhat grounded and not go full grifter, not go full scam artist, not go through full hustle merchant. It's on the cusp. He's close. He's close, but it's not that, like, he doesn't sell ebooks. You know what I mean? He doesn't have like a fucking Discord or anything. Or like a, you know what I mean? It's not that type of shit. It's all the stuff all of it is basically free on YouTube. He writes books from time to time, and that's basically about it. There's nothing more outside of it, so it's not really a scam. But the only thing that I don't like about some of his messages that he used to do back in the day was that one about everyone should be an entrepreneur. I didn't like that one. That idea that everyone needs to be an entrepreneur, life isn't worth living unless you have your own business. Like, some people just want to earn a salary and keep it moving. Some people don't want to have their own business. Some people don't want to become. Some people don't want to have a side hustle. Some people don't want to become social media stars or get their company bought out or something. You know, some people don't want that. Some people just want to go in, clock in, clock out, earn a decent salary, and look after their family. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Daily to keep you as on point.
I make pretend that my family dies.
You make pretend that your family dies.
There's something I do, maybe not every day, but comes through my head pretty often. If you asked me why I'm me,
But he recently got divorced though. He kept that on the hush. He didn't really talk about it too much. But he recently got divorced. I think he's dating some like baddie now. Exactly. I think so. He recently got divorced though, if I'm not mistaken. That's part of the law. If I'm not mistaken, I think so.
It's because every day, every other day, no shorter than minimum once every 4 days, I will role play in my mind the tragic death of somebody in my inner family.
Really?
Really.
Okay, and what do you do with that information?
What I do with that information is I use it as the framework to keep everything in perspective.
Okay, that sounds good.
It's really easy for me to be okay with the 3 bad news things that I got today about lost revenue at Vayner, when yesterday I made pretend that a tree landed on my dad's head and killed him.
So you keep perspective.
I'm being serious.
No.
I know it's ludicrous. Back to, I say different shit. I really mean what I'm talking about. And because I'm good with feeling feelings with myself, it really works because I get really sad and scared and really don't want that to happen. And then I'm super thankful that that didn't happen and everything else is, you know, one of my best friends lost his father last night.
Good. My best friend lost his father last night and I told him, you know what, man? This is going to be the best thing that's ever happened to you. My best friend lost his best friend and I told him, you know what? This is going to really, really make you push out this product. You're going to be the most productive version of yourself you've ever been. You're going to crush it. Get it? You're going to crush it now.
Real like it. And he's really, really sad. And all the shit we've been talking about for the last year around business and other things just miraculously didn't matter at all for the last 3 months that he's been in the hospital every day and every second. Just doesn't fucking matter. So if that's what we all do, when it happens, why not live like that when it doesn't happen?
That's 100% true.
There's no question that I am much happier than the majority of the universe because of perspective, and it is completely predicated on the singular variable of health of the people I love.
That's insane, by the way. That is a classic sign of somebody that probably needs some psychiatric help, innit? Like saying that you're happier in life because you imagine someone in your family dying at least once a week to keep you grounded is fucking nuts. But hey, big up Gary V. Well, big up Gary V. Big up Blood Clot Gary fucking V. Okay, moving on. What else we got here that we missed out on? What else have we got here that we missed out on? What else we got here that we missed out on? What else we got here that we missed out on? We played a bunch of that. What's that? This is Slump Busters. Slump Busters blaming the team. Slump Busters and blaming the team.
Tiad travel ball yesterday. It's Sunday League, not travel ball. It's Sunday League. It was in Santa Clarita. T's in a slump. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not all home runs and strikeouts in Little League baseball. T's in a slump right now. Okay. And I try to convey to him that even Aaron Judge he's in a slump right now. It's the playoffs. Ohtani went 0 for 4 the other night. It happens, dude. But 8-year-olds, it's hard for them to understand. And I try not to say the word slump around him. In the pros, they when they're in a slump, they look for a slump buster. That is another word for it. Not my wording. This is their thing. Slump buster is an ugly chick you sleep with at the strip club. Can't do that for 8-year-olds, so I got to figure out a different slump buster for an 8-year-old. I don't know if that's Legos. I don't know if that's a video game. Something to get them out of this slump. Anyone has any advice, please DM me how to get an 8-year-old out of a slump. It's tough on him. It's tough on him. For me, he had a lesson. I got upset at him because he didn't take any accountability. He's blaming his team, and that drives me absolutely nuts.
Oh, he's learning from his father. He's learning from his father. He's learning from his father. Uh-oh.
Nuts! You know? Drives me nuts. So that was
one more time.
Nuts! 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 You know? Drives me nuts. So that was his life lesson yesterday, taking accountability. It's like, bud, It's not the team. It's you, bud. You think you added to the team yesterday? Played terrible, bud. You know? He knows he played bad.
Jesus Christ, man. It's a child, man. It's a fucking child, man. When he eventually falls out of love with baseball, this guy's going to be heartbroken, bro. This guy's going to be he's putting all of his chips into Tiger's baseball career. All of his fucking chips. When he falls out of love with baseball, he's going to be so heartbroken. It's going to be unreal. Fucking real. Or it's going to be nuts. One or the other. Let's see. The worst of T-Fat K on Psycho Tim. Worst of T-Fat K on Psycho Tim.
What would you say, Callan? Referring to the
Tim's done like what I
hold on. Let's not get off track here.
Yeah, me guys. But
that bit infuriates me so much. That little start bit. Hey, Callan, what do you think? Callan starts to explain, gathering his thoughts, trying to make sense of it. 2 seconds later, actually, let me interrupt. Like, what? If you're gonna ask me to talk, can you let me talk, please? If you're gonna ask me to talk, can you let me finish my thought, please?
What would you say, Callan? Referring to the
Tim's done like what I.
Hold on. Let's not get off track here.
Yeah, me guys. But I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine.
No, hold on. But let's stay on track with what exactly he's in trouble for.
Okay.
So a Bronze Star with a V device.
I would say this about Tim is I know Tim as a civilian, and I've known Tim a long time, as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim.
Hold on. I know Tim as a civilian, not a war veteran.
And a fighter.
I know Tim as a professional athlete.
Yes.
For a very long time.
Yes. So
I've seen him in both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard in the paint for Tim. And I love the guy. And I've just seen too many good things with him. Too many. He's just such a leader, and he just makes so many people's lives, including mine, better.
And there's such better ways that you get to spend your energy. If you're going to throw hate,
I'm not going to. I would be careful about that, because if you're,
I'm not going to be careful about that. Don't fucking hate on my friend.
But if you've been in war,
no,
and you're a military guy, you're allowed to hold your other guys accountable.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
That you're not listening, buddy. You're just talking at us. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Whoa. I love the projection, by the way. I love the project because he does that a lot. I love the projection. You're not listening, you're talking at us. Mate, that's what you do.
What I'm saying is that community is a special group. Do your thing.
Yeah.
They have all the right to.
Right.
The casuals like
you're
us
talking about the casuals.
and the internet,
shut
the fuck up.
Well, I mean, obviously.
You're going for the wrong guy.
Yeah.
So we can't call out somebody lying about their military record, but the people in the military, they can call it out. But civilians can't. But we can also listen to you. We also have to take your word on it because you're his friend. Right, makes sense.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's a given. That's like...
It's not, though.
Never heard somebody be as loud and as dumb sounding as Brendan, isn't it? It's pretty interesting. The loudest person with the dumbest voice does not shut the fuck up. Fucking love it. Big up, Baba. Big up, Blood Clot Baba. Next on the list, let's move on. Next on the list is going to be a heartbreaking video for me. I'm going to have to watch this with my eyes covered. Courtesy of Moon. Why Tesla Cybercab failed in 5 minutes. I don't really want to watch this because I believe in Elon. I believe in Tesla. But in the interest of balance and journalism, I'm going to watch this to see and to question some of my beliefs, to question what I see, to question my impression, because I'm of the impression the Cybercab is going to work. I'm of the impression the Cybercab is going to be the next frontier in human evolution or transportation. I'm of the idea that Cybercab is going to save humanity. It's going to revolutionize everything. But am I wrong in thinking so? Let's see. Moon can prove me wrong.
On the 22nd of June, a small fleet of the much anticipated Cybercabs finally hit the streets of Austin, Texas. It was Elon Musk's first step towards delivering on his years-long promise about self-driving cars. Naturally, all die-hard Tesla fans were excited to see the cars in action after such a long wait. Maybe this would boost Tesla stock massively, so everybody was eager to see how this would perform in real life. People even went out their way to make arrangements to test the cars out. But there was, however, a slight problem. Tesla was operating on an invite-only basis, and basically everyone invited to test out the cars was a Tesla influencer. The perfect crowd of...
No, that's not true. That's not true. Everybody could fill out the form and you got invited to use the app. That's not true. Let's speak facts. That's not true. If you wanted to get involved, you could fill out the application form and people were being approved to be able to use this. Let's not lie.
Of people to give unbiased and fair reviews of the cars. Definitely no chance of being blinded by their loyalty to the brand and their audience. But unfortunately, not even the influencers' overwhelmingly positive and maybe scripted feedback about the cars could hide the issues people were starting to see. I mean, let's just be real, no amount of praise is going to hide the fact that the robo-taxis just aren't ready for the road yet, especially with just how much they can't adapt to real-world issues. In what has now become a viral clip, a robo-taxi tried to park behind a UPS van to drop off its passenger. The problem? The UPS driver is busy backing up to parallel park.
No.
A human would have clearly waited their turn, but the AI isn't built like us. It kept trying to move forward despite the UPS truck obviously being in its way, while the obvious decision should have been to back up a bit to give the needed space. Fortunately for the passengers, the robo-taxis were launched with human safety monitors on board, and the monitor in that car quickly brought it to a manual stop. But unfortunately, the list of bad decisions made by the AI-driven cars is concerningly long. They've been
Well, how else are you going to get to a point where it works? They're going to have to make some mistakes, especially if you're not using LiDAR and you're just relying on the cameras. It's not going to be perfect. You don't really have as many different sensors as maybe Waymo have in terms of being able to map its surroundings. Like, how else are you going to get there? Like, come on, man. You got to have some real world usage. Like, you wouldn't have maybe stumbled across that issue without the real world usage of putting the cars through that in the first place, putting the fucking FSD system through it. I don't see the problem with that.
filmed braking for no apparent reason, speeding, even driving over curbs and parking lots. While the speeding isn't exactly crazy, mostly just cases of cars going 37 in a 30, is still a very large margin of error, especially since Elon Musk has frequently said that he and his team are paranoid about safety, but apparently not paranoid enough to make sure your creation obeys the most basic rules of the road, the speed limits. Part of the problem is that robo-taxis just seem to be indecisive, which might even be the most human feature it even has. Or rather, their onboard GPS makes them do interesting things like circling a parking lot because they can't navigate around a blocked entrance. This indecision can also put passengers in potentially deadly situations. Take this car for example. As it comes to a crossroads, it can't seem to decide whether it wants to go forward or left. So after freaking out a bit, it compromises by driving forward on the left lane for a few seconds. Fortunately, there was no ongoing traffic when it happened, but
big up Josie. Big up Conor Chrome. Robotaxi is a fail. Tesla fails without it. Yeah, approved, AZ. You say one thing bad about Elon, no taxi for you. No taxi for you. No taxi for you. We got Chase. I understand this may sound naive, but why do I want to you don't want a Tesla because I don't know. Even if I'm not really interested in driving. I don't really care about driving. I've mentioned that previously to you guys before. If I got the money to drive, I would rather invest the money in fucking building a nightclub or something. I don't really care about driving. And if I did drive, I wouldn't get a Tesla as my first car, to be honest. But I understand that my idea, or why I like what they're trying to do with full self-driving, is that if I'm not mistaken, in the UK at least, I don't know if it's true anymore, but I remember reading a stat that in the UK, fatalities, half of the fatalities in the UK were car related. Whether that was people dying from being hit by a car, people being involved in car accidents. So if you could get to a point in life where we have full self-driving cars that are able to minimize, decrease, completely eradicate those type of deaths, that's going to be good for society at large, humanity at large. That's going to be a pretty big change. Now, Will it come about because of full self-driving? Will it have to be some sort of hybrid system with full self-driving assist with human intervention? I don't know. But I'm encouraged by the idea. Like, I'm infused about the idea that there's one car company out there trying to make full self-driving happen. No one else is doing it. Everyone has kind of, lane assist. Maybe people have like, cruise control. But the idea of being able to go from A to B in your car without having to touch the steering wheel, and it be the most safest way to do so, and avoiding accidents, avoiding being involved in car crashes, wrecks, and essentially people. I think that's a big deal. Especially those stats are to believe. I think that's a fucking big fucking deal. So you'd hope that would be the case. Now, it's not perfect now. It probably doesn't work as they promised it would, but I think eventually it will get there because the company's future hedges on it, really, essentially. Like, they need to make it work. So I'm pretty sure they will end up figuring it out. Unfortunately, along the way, there'll be some, there'll be some road bumps. There'll be some issues, which, again, Tesla, one of the things that I don't like about them is that they're not really big on admitting their mistakes, They're kind of like burying stuff. They don't like admitting their mistakes. They hold their hands up and stuff. I don't know why that is in particular, but that's what I don't like. But I think eventually they will get there with full self-driving.
But that doesn't make the situation any less dangerous. Just because no one got hurt this time doesn't mean it won't happen again in the future, especially if Tesla doesn't fix the option for passengers to end their rides early. So far, that option has led to robo-taxis stopping in the middle of a multi-lane road and a busy intersection.
Wow.
But the scariest thing about these mistakes is that people working behind the scenes don't even know how the AI makes these decisions. This video is sponsored by Plord. You see,
just fast forward, fast forward, look at the stream chat.
Guys will take notes for you, and conversations like an intelligent human extract any new present to know about services. If you use my code,
come on, fucking hell,
wrong when the AI misbehaves and causes an accident. The black box problem is similar to the way humans learn by example. As you grow up, you forget why you learn to make certain decisions the way you do. And the same is true for AI. It doesn't keep track of how it learned to make decisions, so the engineers don't know what to look for. So unfortunately, there's no way for them to safeguard against those failures in the future, which is certainly comforting to hear. But with this in mind, it does make sense why Tesla included onboard safety monitors in the launch. But it also makes you wonder why Tesla is trying to remove the human aspect of taxi driving if AI is such an issue. Ultimately, their presence defeats the purpose of the cars being self-driving. So these monitors will eventually operate completely remotely. While there is some comfort in knowing that the cars will still be monitored, it's taken away by the fact that the AI is just so unpredictable. Combine that with Musk's plan for millions of these cars and the worry grows. While teleoperation is all well and good in a limited space, as proven by Waymo's self-driving operations, people are doubting how well this will work on a larger scale, especially over the concerns over a lack of teleoperators, or even worse, the teleoperator losing connection with the car during an emergency. Ultimately, people have zero faith in Musk's plans, whether it be his fake promises about delivering things that never happen, or just the sinister nature of all of his businesses taking over humanity, or even just him being an oligarch in the US. People don't trust him anymore, especially with the self-driving cars, since he's...
Yeah, maybe that's where it comes from then. It's just the latent distrust of this guy, which is, again, a consequence of his actions. He can't blame anybody else for the distrust that exists out there around his name. And reputation and approval ratings probably in the fucking toilet, but I honestly don't think it's as bad as people are trying to make it seem as. Come on, video, come on, play.
Made so many unfulfilled promises about self-driving cars since 2015, and now with this launch, people can't help but compare Tesla to its competitors, and one of the most damning comparisons is Google's Waymo. Waymo and Tesla have been pitted against each other ever since both companies developed an interest in self-driving cars. Google has always seen this as the future, and the competition has only gotten so much more intense as their technology has developed. However, what was once a relatively fair competition has become a humiliating display for Tesla. See, Elon Musk kept promising new developments in Tesla's self-driving cars and failing to deliver on these promises.
Is the future of the auto industry autonomous? Are these things really going to be a reality?
A Tesla car next year will probably be 90% capable of autopilot. So 90% of your miles could be on auto.
I mean, my guess for when we'll have full autonomy
is about 3 years.
3 years.
Approximately 3 years.
I think probably by end of next year, self-driving will encompass essentially all modes of driving and be at least 100 to 200% safer than a person by the end of next year.
Tesla didn't have complete autonomy in 2018 like he promised 3 years earlier. Customers weren't sleeping while their cars drove them around in 2019 like he'd promised 2 years before. And his company's vehicles still need to reach level 5 autonomy as he promised. In fact, they're still sitting at level 2. This was despite the company's huge development strategies and the tons of data they fed into their AI systems. Tesla at this point is one of the biggest AI companies around. Meanwhile, Google's Waymo took a much more cautious approach. There were no overeager promises or hair-raising predictions. They instead just slowly pushed on, and the hard work has paid off.
But you can't blame him for being the way he is, isn't it? That's why people sometimes like him. That willingness to fucking chat out of your ass, that willingness to be kind of rah-rah speechy guy, they also must know that they also kind of benefit from that as well, right? Like when they get invited on, it's always nice to hear from them. And they've got a different type of style when it comes to each other. I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't mind this different types of leadership. I just want the products to be good.
Their cars reached level 4 autonomy, and they were the first company to offer robo-taxi services without safety drivers in the vehicle. And now they're spreading all across the US. This was made possible by combining LiDAR with radar and cameras, while Tesla is still relying on AI learning and cameras. But both cars still have their disadvantages. Their system
And Waymo costs way more to build. Waymo cars cost way more to build per individual car. Like, serious money. The 400k. See, that's what I'm saying. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
Systems are limited by weather conditions and environments, and you can only go so far in specific geo-fenced areas. But it's clear both are taking huge steps towards a more autonomous driving experience. And that does seem really cool at first. It's a fun novelty, and it may even lead to cheaper transport options and reduced driving deaths. However, there is an elephant in the room, because of course, one of the main issues with all of this is whether this is going to lead to massive unemployment. Taxi services are one of the biggest employers in the world. Even Uber is one of the many ways people can even afford to live in this economy. And self-driving cars could easily make companies like Uber completely obsolete. And of course, Uber's definitely not perfect. We've made a huge video about this before, but it's not just taxi drivers we're talking about. This will also massively impact truckers and everything that's being built around supporting.
But it will eventually get there anyway. With the rate that technology is moving, it will eventually get there. Yes, it sucks that truckers will lose out on their jobs and maybe a fleet of cab services will have to end up closing down, but that's the nature of life. Things come in fucking not cycles, you know, the world keeps moving on. So I think there is evidence that the new guys are going to be the ones to take this to a new level. You just have to be done enough to think it's all good. But hey, what do I know? Let's fucking go. Come on, play.
Them. I mean, Tesla's even now announcing they're going to have robo-trucks, something that Andrew Yang warned about years ago.
Cars and trucks are going to start driving themselves, which is going to displace truck drivers. Truck driving is the most common job in 29 states. There are 3.5 million truck drivers, 94% male, average age 49.
Wow.
And that's an obvious change that's coming down the pike 5 to 10 years.
But what are they actually going to do, though? If they do get iced out, if they do get, you know, undercut, what are they meant to do? That's what are they actually going to do? Bloody hell, it's a bit mad over here, isn't it? It's a bit mad. Let's see this one. Once we did that one, let's continue.
From now.
Ever since 2019, he's been warning about the replacement of truck drivers. It's one of the biggest industries around and plays a vital role in the economy. However, truck drivers need to sleep, they need breaks, they need holidays, and they need to be paid well as actual human beings. So it makes sense that these companies want to get rid of them entirely. Which is why, according to Andrew Yang, as self-driving trucks become more reliable, they will risk the jobs of 3.5 million people. And that's just in America alone. And it's not just the truckers, but the entire industry around them. The employees at truck stops, motels, gas stations, and other spaces frequented by truckers will also completely suffer. It will completely decimate the American heartland's economy. Even just the general facilities for road trips will be reduced down. And it might not just be jobs, but our actual liberties too, as governments around the world are already showing how little they care about individual freedoms.
agreed.
And it will be a straightforward argument. Why should humans be allowed to drive when AI doesn't drink, text, fall asleep, or make silly mistakes, or even get road rage? You see, as accident statistics plummet for autonomous vehicles like robo-taxis, governments and lawmakers will face mounting pressure to ban manual driving entirely. Why would you let a human drive and risk death and costly damage when you can just get AI to do all of it? That way humans will never need to actually drive and AI can do all of that for them. Which also means, as we're seeing with Teslas already, that government authorities and companies will have ultimate rights as to how you use your vehicle. No speeding, no carbon emissions, no loud music. Even now, Teslas can just be turned off whenever the company needs to.
Wow.
When the Ukraine invasion happened, when it first happened, a lot of people were saying that Elon Musk should shut off all the Teslas that are in Ukraine. And I was thinking, like, wait a minute. He could do that? Yeah, of course he could do that. And I was like, ooh, that's not good. It's not good to have someone to have the ability to shut off your fucking car when you're on the highway.
Meaning you actually never have full autonomy over your own vehicle. And once AI driverless cars are the norm, you won't even have any ability to actually have true authority over where you go and how you use your car. Instead, that power will always be centralized at the top. So what was once a symbol of freedom will now be reframed as a public safety risk. Insurance companies will refuse to cover human drivers. Cities will redesign roads exclusively for AI coordination. And eventually, human driving may be regulated to private tracks like horse track riding is today, just a nostalgic hobby, not a practical means of transport. This world may feel safer, more efficient, and cleaner, but it comes at a huge cost. We give over our freedoms to a technocratic government. Where you go, how fast, and even if you're allowed to go at all, can now be dictated by algorithms, centralized systems, or governments. Something that the robo-taxi is pioneering. The freedom of the open road, once the beating heart of American culture, will just become a relic of the past. And as
I don't think that's true. I don't think if Tesla's full self-driving comes into effect and it does what Chin maybe hopes it would do, I don't think that's going to limit people from driving manual cars. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. Especially with the other genres dwindling, I don't think that's the case. I really don't think that's the case. That if the fucking Tesla full self-driving takes off, then suddenly no one will be driving their fucking regular cars anymore. That is not the case. Similar to the genres, when hip-hop genre was the #1 genre out there in the States and then country took over, it didn't stop people from listening to hip-hop. If you love hip-hop, you still listen to it. Doesn't matter what Billboard says is the most influential or not. But big up everybody that slid, big up everybody that did their thing. You know, dripping is a lie. The bottom is for sure cheesing the Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Big up the stream chat. Look at this lovely debate. Look at this lovely gendered debate. I fucking love this clip. Where is it? Is it there? Oh shit, I didn't have it. Okay, let's move on then. I don't have it there. Let's quickly move on. Bear with me 1 second though, as I get this shit to load. Bear with me 1 second as I get this shit to load. Big up the stream chat. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. Even if you aren't enjoying it. Like the stream anyway, help a brother out, be much appreciated. 1 second, I'll get this. I need to get what I'm up next on here. Actually, no, that's not what I need. I need this. Yeah, there you go. Bish bash wash. Let's continue quickly and then we can move on. This is Eric Griffin talking about what's his fucking name? Talking about Epstein. Eric Griffin talking about Epstein on Diary of a CEO. So I'm curious to see what you have to say. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Eric like Epstein. Let's see what you have to say. Let's write Eric. There you go. There's no his name. Yeah, Eric. Eric Wine. Oh, sorry. Come on, man. Yep. Let's see if this works. Does that work? Bear with me a second here as I quickly get this to load. Come on, you piece of shit. Load. Cool jeans, not gonna lie. Very, very cool jeans. Machine and t-shirt as well. Nice. Let's continue. Today I sit down with somebody who challenges everything. Please welcome Eric Griffin, Diary of a CEO guy says. Let me see if I can find the clip that I need. I need the one where he's sitting down in this fucking, what you call it, Fox avatar. Who's the guy again? 1 second. Let me just double check this. Oh, that's why I spelled it wrong. I spelled his name wrong. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Cool. It's Weinstein. Like this, isn't it, right? Yeah, it's Weinstein. There you go. Boom. Got the clip I need. Got the clip I need. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So let's hear Eric Weinstein on Jeffrey Epstein. I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Curious to hear what he has to say. Let's see what he has to say.
Jeffrey Epstein conducted a conference called Confronting Gravity. I don't know who Jeffrey Epstein was, but I would certainly bet money that he was a product of at least one or more elements of the intelligence community.
Wow.
The CIA, the FBI.
Those are ours, right? Department of Homeland Security has some of this stuff. Geospatial intelligence has some of this. You know, it's a large network.
Yeah.
I'm talking about people like David Grush. I'm talking about people potentially like David Fravor. I'm talking about people like Jake Barber. I'm talking about scientists like Leo Szilard. Imagine if Leo Szilard didn't know that the Manhattan Project was going on, or Jack Raper, a journalist who broke a story. These people all think that they're doing their jobs. I desperately want to know why Jeffrey Epstein knew so much about my work.
Oh, wow.
And I want to know why he was connected to my graduate program.
Wow. Also, it's like, it reminds you a little bit of Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel was connected to the Red Scare girls, right? Some people find out that Peter Thiel was a fan of Red Scare and maybe one of their patrons back in behind the scenes.
I was in the Harvard mathematics department. Jeffrey Epstein was absolutely connected to the Harvard math department. I want to know why.
How was he connected to that department?
You're pushing me to say things I'm not going to say.
Hey!
But I don't mind.
I'm curious. I'm not trying to push you.
I understand,
yeah.
but I'm just not going to do it. I'm saying that anybody who wants to...
You said he was connected to the math department?
To the Harvard mathematics department.
How did you know he was connected?
You can Google it. You could Google it right now.
You can Google
This is not... I can point at all sorts of stuff that's hidden in plain sight.
So I'll take your word for it. And the assertion that I'm picking up on is that Jeffrey Epstein was planted in your world to keep...
I'm not saying he's planted. I don't know who he was. I don't know who ran him. He certainly was not a financier in any standard sense.
Agreed,
Really?
agreed,
That was
agreed.
a cover story, yes.
The way that we know Jeffrey Epstein, in the UK especially, is just this guy who was this rich guy who had this island, who brought people there and then did these despicable things there.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's the story.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. It's called perseveration. He was a disgraced financier. What kind of a financier? A disgraced one. What was his name? Oh, he was disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. They perseverate that into your mind so that you auto-complete that in your LLM life.
And do what?
Do you believe that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was?
You met him.
Yeah. I
Was
can
he a
tell that
disgraced financier?
he wasn't a financier the day I met him.
What was he?
He was a weird guy who didn't seem to know a lot about currency trading. Claiming to run a multi-billion-dollar FX hedge fund.
What's wrong with that?
When you say a weird guy, what made him weird?
Same stuff I've said on Chris Williams. I'm not going to go back through that. Just my point is you're getting a different interview, right? So what I'm trying to get at is Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount.
Kind of crazy Tim Dillon killed this guy with that Ratata joke, isn't it? Tim Dillon killed him. Like, what have you actually done? What have you achieved? Except for the Ratata. This Tim's a legend.
About my work when nobody knew anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
And hosted physical workshop called Confronting Gravity.
Confronting Gravity, that's right.
In March 2006.
Yeah, what is Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is very focused on gravity.
Was it a gravity conference?
Yeah.
It was about gravity?
Yeah.
What the fuck was he doing talking about bloody gravity if he's a financier?
It was very important to get Nobel laureates and some of the smartest people on Earth to come to the Virgin Islands and talk about gravity. Stephen Hawking was there, David Gross was there, Lawrence Krauss was there, Lisa Randall was there, right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department. And he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
You got scared. You got scared.
I have to be clear. I have to be clear on my understanding of what you're saying. From what I understood, and you can say, Steve, I'm not going to answer that, whatever, but I just have to, because you've opened up a curiosity hole in my mind,
Sure.
so let me try and fill it, even if it's the conversation I had with Chris. I'll
just evade you.
Fine. Fine. You're within the right to evade me. And I hold the right to ask, which is, so what I'm hearing is you believe, and I'm just going to say it how I think it, is what I'm hearing is you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was planted in some way to interfere.
He was a construct, is what I said.
He was a construct in some way to mess with the progression of physics.
Jeffrey Epstein.
It kind of reminds me of the plot in, what's that sci-fi movie? What's that sci-fi series that I liked? By the Chinese writer. It's a Netflix one. They did a Chinese version that was on YouTube. It kind of reminds me of that, where the alien invasion plants these people into government to basically destabilize them. Or no, they send probes. They send probes to planet Earth. Those probes infect the mind of physicists, scientists, and whatever else involved, inventors around the world who are pushing the bounds of what their materials can do and whatnot. And, who would have thought, he would have got fired off the back of that. I think in that series. And the whole idea behind it was that the aliens were trying to stop the inventors and the scientists from making any development or inventing, alternative propulsion so that the spaceships from Earth could catch up with the aliens or meet them before they get to Earth. I think that was the whole plan. So I wonder if he got that from that series. Absolutely incredible.
Apparently, I think I'll tell you what I said. When I met him, when the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, I have just met a construct. She said, what do you mean? I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not, which is a hedge fund genius. Somebody who could understand the euro and the yen like nobody else. Bullshit. Not true. I believe that whoever constructed Jeffrey Epstein was running multiple different programs through the same thing, having put in a large initial investment. It wasn't about one thing. If you build a mall, you don't just have clothing stores in the mall, you have a food court in the mall, right? You have jewelry in the mall. You have all sorts of different things in the mall. Jeffrey Epstein was a construct of something that was running multiple things. One of those things was science. And I don't think that the science and the pedophilia were necessarily in the same bucket. He was funding all sorts of people. I don't think everybody at that...
Yo, big up Conor Chrome, Professor Dave. Yeah, I saw that. I've got down my list. It's a bit long though. I won't do it now, but I'll watch it another time. It's a bit long. I haven't watched it yet. It's about an hour. I think I've maybe watched the first 10 minutes of it. It's about Brett and Eric, isn't it? It's about, I remember seeing that. It's about Brett and Eric. I'll definitely actually didn't put it on the list. So I'll put on a list for this because I'll do a show now and I'll do a show later again anyway for day 15. So I might watch that on the other stream. So let me write it down anyway. Let me write it down and then we can watch it. Professor Dave on Brett and Eric Weinstein. Cool.
Part of the problem with calling his plane the Lolita Express and calling his island Pedophile Island is that you just can't see all the different things that were going through this guy.
Yeah.
I don't think almost any of those scientists...
I believe that though. That's a good point. Like, were those things that he was doing, such as like abusing kids, was that the main point, or were those things distractions for what was actually going on? The real situation, which was maybe, disturbing these scientists and physicists' work and maybe feeding back some of the developments of what they did to the Israeli government. I don't know. He makes a good point.
Are exposed, maybe a few of them, but very few of them, to anything really horrible. I think he was trying to keep a periscope on everything that was interesting. And I think that his girlfriend's father, Robert Maxwell, was all through scientific publishing. And I think Pergamon Press was in part a control mechanism for making sure that revolutionary discoveries were taking place within a framework. Anybody can, look, you can write a Substack article and you can hit post, and suddenly the world has access to your Substack article. That is a nightmare. What if somebody posts, weaponized anthrax? What if they do the equivalent of saying, what if there's a neutral proton?
So you think he was controlling science?
I think that Robert Maxwell was in part trying to control science.
I like this.
Jeffrey Epstein was in part trying to fund science, trying to control it. I don't really know.
I like this. I like that theory. It's hard to kind of get your head around it, but there's definitely something fishy, something perverse, something a little bit more than what we're seeing on the surface about the Epstein thing. Something a little bit more. Like, for me personally, I've always said my suspicions always rise when people keep repeating things. When that's the prevailing thought is, oh, he's a kiddie diddler. He did this. He, underage girls. Like, when that becomes a one narrative, I think to myself, what is actually going on? What is contributing to this? What could be the other things that are happening at the same time that are now not being paid attention to because everyone's distracted about the other situation, which is obviously crazy. But I wonder what's going on. I wonder. Big up Weinstein. Enjoyed that one. Cool. Let's quickly jump over. I want to check out Trapmore Ross, because I think he's got an update on that kid, top 5, who got rushed and stabbed in London. Top 5, who's Drake's unofficial shooter. He's got an update on it now. Courtesy of Academics. Academics has got information on what actually happened. So let's see. Big up Academics. I'm really curious to see what actually happened. Top 5's attacker identified by Academics and Reddit. So let's see. Let's see who actually attacked top 5. Let's fucking see. Come on.
Okay, people, I'm back with an update. There's a bunch of new info that's just come out about top 5, and I need to share it with you. Okay, so obviously, if you've been catching up with the videos, everybody's talking about this situation with top 5 getting stabbed in London when he was there for the Wireless Festival. Now, if you watched my last video about this situation, you will know a little bit of the backstory.
Big up Gamebred. Maxwell got assassinated. Yeah, I remember that. The Maxwell story is that he fell off a boat, innit? Very suspicious. I think he fell off some boat or something. I remember I was balls deep into the Epstein thing and I was reading a lot of information about it. I remember that was very fishy. Very convenient.
Some people said that maybe there was some issues with that video, but basically I'll just give you a very quick recap because it's very important with the information that has just come out via DJ Academics. So essentially, look, top 5, he's essentially beefing with his old friends from this crew called BFR. It's Presser, his brother Boondog, and a guy called YG. They're basically used to be top 5's friends. They all fell out because of some situation where apparently Presser's crew was showing love to XO, who had beefing with Drake in the weekend, and top 5 wanted to show loyalty to Drake. It's turned into a whole beef. Unfortunately, it does seem like somebody has lost their life over this beef. A guy called DBK, who was a friend of Top 5's, lost his life. And now it seems like this beef has gone completely international. Because as I explained in the last video, there was a clip floating around that showed the BFR crew, the Wassers, Presser, YG, in London. Okay, this was the latest that we had.
Really?
Okay,
really?
They seemingly touched down for Wireless Festival, and all hell had broken loose after this. Okay, so it seems like there's an international.
So maybe it wasn't London goons. So maybe top 5's beef in Toronto carried over to London because his ops followed him to London. Interesting.
National gang war going on right now, and it's originated in Toronto in the 6th. So it's getting very serious, but DJ Academics just gave an update, a little 3-minute update to his story on an IG live. And what is insane about what he has just revealed to the whole world, perhaps unknowingly, I don't want people to get on Academics' case with the snitch allegations too, but I feel like what Academics has actually revealed here, he basically says Top 5 didn't get stabbed by anybody from the UK. It's not a UK situation.
Oh,
He didn't get stabbed because of the beef with Lowski and him linking up with M24. He didn't get stabbed because of disrespecting anybody in the UK. He didn't get stabbed by Modine, all right? That's not happened. Apparently, what's being inferred is that, you know, it was, you know, rivals from the home turf, all right, Canadian ops, all right. Well, that's what people are inferring from this clip. So you take a look, let's watch it together, and let's decide whether or not we're low-key confirming who's responsible for the stabbing of Top 5.
Yeah, let us know, let's hear.
There's like mad rumors and like fake stuff about it. That video is not real. So that video that they're saying is...
Fucking hell, Academics looks fucked, isn't it? He's having some fun in Turks. He's got a good little tan on. You can tell he's been in the sun looking crispy, but he looks fucked, man. Academics looks hungover as fuck.
Top 5, like that's not top 5.
So I confirmed this in my last video, guys, but essentially that video of the whole gang of people descending on the car and trying to destroy this car and drag somebody out of it, and the car drives off and there's a picture of somebody laying on the ground next to the car. That's nothing. That literally, Academics confirmed it. I confirmed it in my last video. There's absolutely nothing to do with Top 5. It's not the real video. It's not what really happened. Nada to do with this. It's cap. Okay, and Academics is confirming this. But what I was on the fence about was, is this a real thing that happened? Is this promo? Is this fake news? Is this something that's been manufactured to build up some hype? Or did this really happen and there's just a fake video going around? Like, how was the Sun newspaper or the Sun US using the fake video as part of their article? But Academics is seemingly confirming. He says he spoke to Top 5 after surgery. It's a real stabbing that really happened. I guess the Central London narrative is true. Okay. And he's confirming it happened, and he's confirming he has an inkling who's behind it.
He told me, he said he was at this after party spot. You know, he felt like people followed him.
So Top 5 spoke to Academics, right? Let's just run that back again, all right? Top 5 spoke to Academics and confirmed with him that he was at an after party spot where he was followed by people. He was targeted attack, and that's where it all went down.
He told me, he said he was at this after party spot. You know, he felt like people followed him.
And
so I guess somebody followed him from the festival? Top 5? Maybe his ops, those wassers, saw him at the festival, followed him to the after party, and then on the way out, boom, stabbed him. I'm assuming.
If people are following him, it's possible they've followed him all around the world to do this.
And, he was taking a picture with a fan while he was going into the club. Because I asked him where his homies was at, and he's like, yo, that was with 20 people.
Like, I don't even understand how this has even happened. I mean, he was rolling 20, 30 deep. He was having huge crews of people.
That says more about his friends than anything else. That says more about his friends, or lack thereof, that they let him potentially die in 6 months. That says more about them. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, it's on mute. Whoopsie. Where's on mute for? What can't I hear it?
People, security. I thought he was outside with a couple GGGs. I don't even know, and it's surprising to me this even happened. But apparently he'd sort of separated from the crew, was taking a picture with a fan, and then suddenly this all went down.
I get to the spot. I get there earlier than them. I'm walking in the spot. I think they're already there.
He sounds like Drake, innit? He sounds like Drake. If you close your eyes, he sounds like Drake.
Oh, really? I'm alone, and then you know, he goes to take a picture with someone, and you know, somebody kind of ran up on him, you know, but.
So Ak is confirming it's true, unless Top 5 is actually lying to Academics. Academics is looking quite serious in this video, if I'm honest with you. I feel like Ak is looking like somebody that is really concerned for his friend. He doesn't look like he's capping. This doesn't look like it's promo. And it sounds like Top 5 really did tell him that this happened. You know, he got ran up on outside, taking a picture with a fan, and that's what really happened, you know, and you know, thank God that he's okay. Ak's in vacation mode right now, man. This is the last thing he wanted to be dealing with.
It's so windy out there. Come on, Ak, go in your room or something, brother. Go in your room. Go in your toilet. Go somewhere else. Damn, guy.
Again,
like, he's not really trying to talk too much, you know. You can tell he's breaking news right now.
I'm gonna just throw the allegedly on there. because I know everybody like running with the false things. This got nothing to do with the UK.
So, right, don't sleep on this, okay? Act just said something crazy. This has got nothing to do with the UK. He's basically saying, yo, this is nothing to do with the UK. Now, it could have something to do with America. He could be beefing with someone in America. You know, there's different people. I mean, who knows? I'm doubting Hitter J3 is sending the hitters all the way to London. But maybe, you know, maybe. You've got serious guys out here that are willing to clearly go all the way around the world to do drills. As DJ Vlad said, you know, no one's really going to hop on a flight to do a drill. And then Lil Durk proved us wrong. And it might be possible that some Toronto demons might have hopped on a flight to do a drill again. Who knows? But what Academics is saying, confirmed, it didn't come from the UK. So UK still hasn't got any killers, apparently.
Like, respectfully, it did happen in the UK. Has nothing to do with the UK. It's a good meme. That's what I'm saying. Online will create a whole story, and it's completely wrong. It has nothing to do with him saying earlier in the day there's no like killers out. That has nothing to do with that.
So he's basically confirming this is the same thing that I debunked in the last video, which is essentially Top 5 had a viral moment with Nelk, with Kyle from Nelk, where he basically said and confirmed, well, not confirmed, I'm not going to say confirmed, but he basically said almost as a joke, like, the UK's got no killers, we're safe outside in the UK, there's no killers, there's nothing bad's going to happen,
but
it's
there
all
is.
good.
Something bad happens all the time.
You know, don't worry about being outside in the UK around the members, it's no big deal. And obviously with what's happened immediately afterwards, people want to tie those things together, but that isn't, and Academics is confirming this, that isn't why this was happening.
16, we're at 17. Where are we going tonight? Let them know. That's a great question. There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. We're not going to come kill us. No. They're not going to come kill us. We're safe. You can even show your address.
If I'm honest, like, it's like now that I'm watching this back, could you imagine if you were one of the Toronto demons that had flown out from Canada, allegedly, it's not even been alleged yet, but soon to be allegedly, and you're seeing Top 5 smiling and talking about there's no killers in the UK.
Exactly.
They're not going to come to where you are and kill you.
We're at 17. Where are we going tonight? Let them know. That's a great question. There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. They're not going to come kill us. No. They're not going to come kill us. We're safe. You can even show your address here.
He's saying you can even show your address here. Now, I wonder, I haven't been able to work out where this party was taking place, but...
America? Fuck. Yeah, listen. All right, I'm going to go shower. I'll see you in a bit.
It's honestly, it's up there with 4 Extra saying, I'm blowing somebody up today, man. Like, it's Top 5, man. If it really went down, this is just Hall of Fame.
Where are we going tonight? Let them know. That's a great question. There's no killers in the UK. There's like serious guys. They're not going to come kill us. No. They're not going to come kill us. We're safe. You can even show your address here. In America? Fuck.
It's just crazy. It's actually just crazy to look back at it like that. It's actually mad.
Undo that. It's some whole other shit. You know,
what's other shit?
Just not that. So
tell us, Academics.
Confirm him. It's not that. It's nothing to do with the UK. Nothing to do with him saying there's no killers in the UK. It's something else. Top 5 must have said something to him.
I know people want to believe it's like, yo, the UK slid. No, respectfully, he was there from days. Like, you know.
It's not really a good look for the UK even, really, is it? I mean, Top 5 talking about all this, there's no killers in the UK. We can't really even... I mean, in theory, it works both ways, right? It works both ways. It's like, yeah, there's no demons in the UK. UK's soft. But then it's also like, well, okay, where were the demons that you needed protecting you? And shit went left. Like, they got to you in the UK. How have you let this happen? I don't know, really. It's crazy.
There was nothing... No bad blood. So... I'm not hot. I am, but I bought this long sleeve shirt on the grift tonight. You know?
Max dripping, man, killing that vacation. Try to get like him.
Chapler Ross sucking off Academics is hilarious.
They said missing wireless for a freak off.
You back on that now?
Ack probably is freaking off out there. I'm not gonna lie.
He said, "Does he know?" I'm, you know, let the man. I don't want to. I don't know if you know, but he just know what it's not. He know what it's not. Okay.
I mean, look, I'm seeing comments in there talking about presser. Press is presser. I'm seeing Academics look a little sheepish and then kind of say like he knows who did it.
He said, "Does he know?" I'm, you know, let the man. I don't want to.
Saying, does he know who
I don't
did
know
it?
if you know, but he just know what it's not. He know what it's not. Okay, it's not some random UK guys that.
Bro, he's saying Act's not trying to speak too much, but he's saying he knows what it's not. It's not some random UK guy.
I like how he's dismissing the UK guys things, acting as if like we're not on that timing as well. It's interesting. When really that's the case. We might have a longer beat, we might have that sort of stuff, but it's here as well. Saving us. I'd imagine so. Especially considering how many games he played by himself without getting fucking taken off or anything.
Well, who is it? You know what I mean? Who is it? Is it some other fly guys from the sea? I
tagged him because he said there was no killing. Nah, it's not that. He was getting a lot of love in the UK.
He was getting a lot of love in the UK. And the fact that we let this happen to him is crazy. It's kind of hell. Look, you see the comments, people talking about BFR press NM versus GGG top 5 and M. That's the comments.
Yeah, that's coming soon. Coming very
That's what
soon.
I'm saying. Look at that smirk. We know what's going on. Presser dropped right after. Oh, wait, did he? I think he might have, you know.
But yeah, you know, unfortunate incident. It's going to take a little while for him to get good, but straight.
Okay, I mean, this is kind of interesting, all right? I did actually say, if you saw my last video on this situation...
I'm going to pause it there. 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 I believe that narrative. I'm not going to lie. I believe that because it's a little bit crazy to think that the goons here in London saw that clip and acted so quickly, you know? It doesn't really make much sense. But I do believe there's a scenario where, what do you call it? What's his fucking name? This dude... Top 5's ops flew down to London for wireless anyway, and they happened to bump into top 5 at the station, and they thought, you know what, this is on site, and they're gonna fucking really stun him. Really, really exciting. So maybe that's the big thing that's coming. Maybe there's an understanding of tech's influence over reliance on it, and we're going the opposite way. But in this case, maybe it's just some pre-existing beefs and issues that unfortunately caught up with this guy. And he got fucking, you know, diced and sliced. Hopefully he's got a speedy recovery, or he's going through that now, and we'll probably see him on the other side of things, isn't it? Fingers crossed. Fingers and toes fucking crossed. Big up the stream chat, big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody here. I appreciate you. Smash the like button for me, hit subscribe, become a member. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month. Can we do it? Let me know. Can we do it? Let me know. Next, let's move on to my favorite topic of the day. Conor McGregor's penis.
All right, so Irish presidential candidate Conor McGregor has been completely eviscerated by...
Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's brilliant. Big up this channel. ITP MMA Live. Big up ITP MMA Live. Conor McGregor's Meatgate scandal has melted the internet. Big up ITP MMA.
The internet today after he was exposed by singer Azalea Banks for sending her completely unsolicited pictures of his meat. And let me tell you, when I first started this channel last year, I knew that I was going to cover some pretty wild stories because the world of MMA is a wild place, but I would have never guessed in a million years that I'd be talking about Conor's ding-dong of a ting being released to the world on his literal birthday, by the way.
You know what's funny about the ding-dong as well? Like, it got me thinking in general about my stance with no dick pics, and I think I'm vindicated. Like, I'm vindicated. I'm not a believer in sending dick pics. I am not a believer in dick pics at all. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't get them. I don't think they work as intended. I think seeing a woman's private parts is way different than seeing a man's. There's no angle or anything like you could take a dick pic that's impressive, even if it's big. It's not gonna do anything. So I'm just against it, and I also don't like the idea of like all these different quote unquote, look about the term souls around the world who are purposely looking for that sort of stuff to see a sign of life. I don't like that because you never know what people are gonna do with it. You know, taking it out, test you, all this sort of shit. You never know what's gonna happen. You never know. So let's just go. Big up them, but big up Conor. He's a fucking G.
way. Guys, when I tell you that this is up there for one of the most low IQ things that a modern era MMA fighter
Oh, by the way, I also love the fact that he's got weight on it. I don't know if that was on purpose to make it stronger, to make it bigger or something, but I love that on one of the pictures of Conor taking a picture of himself naked, sending it to Zayla Banks. On one of the pictures, he's actually got like a dumbbell hanging off of it, like some sort of metal rod. And people are saying that it's some cock dumbbell, which is fucking insane, I'm sure. I doubt it. It's probably just one of those things that you plug into the audio interface and that plugs into the computer, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any really, really big presets on it to kind of move it around. I wouldn't think so anyway, but hey, I could be wrong.
Has ever done, then believe me when I say that I'm not exaggerating. Of course, it's not plain evil like on some War Machine and Joe Son type of stuff, but the sheer level of recklessness on display here from Conor is
really? Is that it? Is it he really Conor? You right? You sure about that? So he's got coke dick, and that's how you prevent coke dick. Yeah, you're probably better off just not doing coke, innit? If that's what you have to do to keep yourself hard, you have to fucking tape a dumbbell to the top tip of your piece to keep it hard. Probably just stay off the drugs.
just hilarious, especially seeing as he did this with Azalea Banks of all people, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. So basically, this is how my morning started. I wake up, feed my dog, and then go on my phone to check out what's going on in the UFC space, and the very first thing that I see is this tweet from Banks where she tags Conor directly and uses some very colorful language that I'm not going to repeat in this video, but the essence of her message is calling him out for sending her revealing photos of himself completely unsolicited. She then made a follow-up tweet almost immediately after where she revealed the actual photos and they were not sent.
I want to know what really sparked this though, because she said in a later tweet that her and Conor did always exchange pictures, right? So I guess Conor likes maybe the size of her boobies. I think a lot of men like Azalea Banks' fake boobies, but it seems like they would always exchange each other random pictures of themselves. If that's the case, why didn't they just like kill the fucking bear and then get the fucking moolah? Why do they go through all of this fucking nonsense to clear the bag? Like, just clear the fucking bag, please, you know? And then we do it as well. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? Nothing. Let's continue.
Censored. I saw Conor in his full glory, and it's something that I cannot unsee. Now, you might be asking, doesn't Conor have a fiance where they've been together for a very long time? You might also be asking, didn't his fiance, Dee Devlin, literally support him financially when he was completely directionless in life and playing video games all day, every day? You could as well be asking, doesn't Conor have like 4 kids who are inevitably going to see documented evidence of their father being an absolute deviant? The answer to all of these questions is yes. Now, I do not actually encourage you guys to seek out the uncensored photos because honestly, they're more traumatizing than anything else, but there's one thing in particular that I wanted to say about them. In the second photo that he sent, he is hanging a free weight off
Shock Pikachu, exactly. I love it.
Of his meat that's connected to his body by a piece of string. Obviously, this isn't something that I can show you, nor do I even want to, but it is just so bizarre that he thought that this would be a good idea. This dude's been training his bendy croissant looking ass dong harder than he ever trained for the Michael Chandler fight. Bro, you have a family and you're out here sending pictures of your Conor Jr. to other celebrities? That's one of the crazier parts of this story to me. It's not like he just sent this to one of his female fans that he regularly cheats on his fiance with, or even an OF girl that he regularly cheats on his fiance with. Like, Azalea Banks might not be a household name necessarily, but I know of her. I've known of her for years now. She has songs on Spotify that have hundreds of millions of views. She is definitely an established artist. And not only is she a legitimate celebrity, she's also kind of a loose cannon. I'm not going to get into the details about some of the controversy she's gotten into, but let's just say that she's very vocal about her stances on political issues, and she's never been shy about saying whatever's on her mind. I hope
she's pro-Zionist, so she's pro-Israeli now at the moment. She's on a contrarian tip. She's like F Palestine, respect to the Jew, she's throwing that road now. It's really funny. I'm not gonna lie. She always seems to pivot.
Hope that I've established the lore of Azalea Banks well enough, because I need you guys to know a little bit about her before I start talking about how utterly reckless it was for Conor to send these pictures to her of all people. Azalea Banks was the worst celebrity in the world to send these photos to because she's very easy to offend and she's very impulsive. He even knew that there was an element of risk in sending these to her. He literally wrote, "Don't be a rat because all rats get caught." Like, he clearly didn't have 100% confidence in sending these. And then she made another follow-up tweet where she says that she and Conor have been exchanging unsolicited photos like this to each other since 2016, and I'm not sure how some people don't realize that she's being sarcastic here, but I guess that's the internet for you. Do you want to know what I think happened? I feel like this was the trail of bad decisions made that led Conor to doing this. As we know, on Thursday, Conor did that BKFC press conference where he was very clearly geeked out on the Devil's Dandruff, and I think he might have seen the generally positive response that he got from fans regarding his passion as a promoter. He keeps the party going throughout the weekend, where he's then spotted kissing on a random woman at a beach. No, I am not kidding. There's photos of this as well, and he's doing it completely out in the open. And then, because his dopamine levels were so elevated through a mixture of the booger sugar and internet internet clout. I think the guy was feeling himself as the weekend came to a close and just sent off this picture without thinking much about it. I am 1000% sure that this photo was brought to us in part by Coke, and I'm honestly really wondering what's going on in Conor's head now that so many people around the world have seen this picture. Also, you want to know who else I'm wondering what their thoughts are on all of this? D. Devlin. Like, a big part of me wants to sympathize with her, but at the same time, I can't help but think she has to know by now that Conor gets up to this stuff on a pretty regular basis and she just accepts it maybe, because this is not the first or second or third time that there's been signs of Conor being unfaithful in their
but his fiance doesn't seem to mind her. She doesn't seem to mind one bit.
Relationship. I have been hearing rumors about this guy cheating on her since he became featherweight champion. And given how much this guy parties and how often he's just like away from his family hanging out with random groupies, I'd be genuinely shocked if she genuinely thinks that he's not doing this stuff on the regular. Could she seriously just be in this much denial, or does she just put up with all of this to maintain her current lifestyle? I want to believe it's the latter, but I find it a bit depressing that I don't feel confident one way or the other. I have seen people speculate that they're in some sort of private but open relationship where Conor's allowed to get into whatever and I guess whoever he wants, but I highly doubt that this is the case, seeing as during Conor's recent trial, Dee made a statement where she says that she and Conor already had to work through his past infidelity, so I highly doubt she's fine with him putting his Irish potato into other women. But you know what, man? Maybe there's an element of her just still being in love with the man that he used to be, and she refuses to believe that he's changed as much as he had after all the money and the fame. Or maybe she really is just hanging around to continue living the high life, all the while knowing that her fiance is being a menace both online and in real life. As a matter of fact, I just checked her Instagram, and she has been posting photos of them together even after the beach photos, as well as the Azalea Banks leak, so clearly she's standing by him, which, hey, it's your life. If she's fine with turning the other cheek for like the 20th time that he's tried to pursue other women, then that's her prerogative. At the end of the day, these two are not married, so if she splits up with Conor, I don't think she'll be entitled to any of his fortune except maybe in the form of child support. And although I kinda hate the think of the children type of people, but in this case, actually though, think of the children. Conor's kids are getting older every single day, and at one point in the not too distant future, they're each going to have to come to the realization that their dad was being a weirdo dirtbag. The fact that his kids are all in one way or another inevitably going to see this dude hanging a weight off of his dong is actually pretty messed up, but the guy only has himself to blame. This guy is 37 years old and doing this sort of degenerate stuff, and if he's not already a lost...
I don't know about that. I don't know if you could judge him that harshly because, again, Azalea admitted that they send each other pictures. They've never met in person, but they send each other pictures. I'm assuming when they both get high, they send each other naked pictures. It's just a shame that Conor trusted her because she's not all there. I mean, she's a bit psycho. So the fact that Conor didn't ever imagine her posting this online is kind of wild. He should have known. He should have controlled his impulses.
Cause, then he's pretty damn close to being there. You can tell that he's embarrassed by all of this too, because he's been blocking people on Twitter who've been making fun of him, and good, I'm glad he's feeling a bit of shame over this, because shame is a very useful tool to help people learn to not act like an idiot in the future. But knowing Conor, he's going to bury the shame and guilt from all of this under a mountain of blow. Anyways, that's the second video for today. Definitely let me know your thoughts on Conor's Meatgate scandal. Do you think that this is going to be a turning point for him in his life, or do you think he's going to continue down the path?
Big up ITP MMA. Big up ITP MMA Live. Great channel, great information. Appreciate them. Appreciate them. Appreciate them. Appreciate them. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody tuning in. I think I'm going to leave it there for now because we're already approaching 9:30. And then I'm going to come back later on for a bit of Taz. And then I'm going to come back later on again for Random Show. So I'm going to press pause for now. I'm going to hit pause for now. It also gives me time to get the clip for Schaub Show. I'm going to press pause and then I'm going to come back later. And I'm going to come back later on this evening, all right? So big up everybody for tuning in. I also need to go to the gym as well. I've got to go to the gym as well sometimes. I don't know when I'm going to go to the gym. I might go to the gym before I do Taz. Yeah, I might go to the gym before I do Taz. Get a quick lunchtime gym session in. So appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you joining me. Thank you so much. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. Do not be lame. Do not be lame. Hit subscribe. Smash the like button. Come on, get involved. Smash the like button. I usually don't get that many good likes on here. I try not to spam the fucking like request, but sometimes you guys don't like the fucking stream. So like, come on. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. That'd be greatly appreciated. Hang in there. I'll be there. I'll be back again later on tonight. So make sure you're here. The next show you'll see from me on here will be the Taz show. So keep in mind that. And I'll see you guys on the other side for day number 15. All right. Appreciate all of you. Smash the like, hit subscribe. I'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Peace.